Good morning, good evening and good afternoon, and the 2023 season is here. We are here in the most southern point of Europe, here in Gibraltar. 12,000 games last year. How many are we going to fit into this year's schedule? Only time will tell. We're all getting ready to get underway here. My name's Charlie Hunt. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar.
That is exactly where we are here in Gibraltar, the tip of Europe here for the beginning, the start of the 2023 season, and what a setup we have for you here at the Europa Point Stadium here in Gibraltar, of course neighbouring where we are here today. It's absolutely thrilling to bring you the coverage here today. It's a bit of a chilly afternoon, it's going to be a cold one over the next couple of weeks, but everyone here is seriously excited to be bringing you all the coverage. I hope everyone enjoyed their holidays, enjoyed the Christmases and New Year, and celebrated in the right manner. And I'm sure that I'm not the only one that says that I am so excited to get us underway here. And we've got an exceptional couple of weeks of cricket coming up here before we move all the way over to Malta. A couple of changes here and there, but it's going to be an excellent couple of weeks to get us underway in the 2023 season. We can take a look at the fantasy board here, and this is where we are at the moment with the likes of Sloggers taking on Rugby CC in match number 1 here of the FanCode European Cricket T10 in Gibraltar. Rugby CC going ahead and winning the toss here, and they have gone ahead and elected to field first. So we'll get a first view at the Sloggers batting lineup. Of course, a few names that we will recognise in both lineups. Luke Collado for Sloggers alongside Julian Ferrone as well. And then we look at Rugby CC, Ian Latin, of course, and Samath Bodda, the young Gibraltarian bowler, of course. He will be, his name will be on the tips of many, many viewers. But it is really good to see many people tuning in here this afternoon. Huge hello to everyone in the chat. I can see Chris Smith in there, Michael as well, to Rico, of course, and to Vinny. Rico will be here coming back towards the end of next week. So there'll be a couple of rotations through the commentators throughout this tournament. But this is where we are at the moment, with a few new names, of course, in there, but certainly looking forward to seeing Samath Bodda and Ian Latin as well, of course, for Rugby CC with bat and ball in hand. And again, it's just good to be back. 2023, of course, nearly 1,200 games broadcasted live on the European Cricket Network all over the continent of Europe. However, we're here and we're going to do it all over again, bigger and better than last time. That's where we are at the moment. You can see those clouds just on the horizon there. We did have a bit of rain earlier on in the day, and about an hour before play got started, there was a bit of a downpour. But you can see it's missing us. It's going along. You can just see behind that building there, of course, the Europa Point Stadium. You can just see that on the horizon, the Moroccan border, the African continent. So many different elements here in Gibraltar. You can see, of course, Spain behind us where we are, and then you've got Morocco on the other side of the strait. So many different stories alongside that as well. You can see there, it is a little bit chilly out there. Don't be surprised to see a couple of beanies. You can see one there on the right-hand side. It is chilly. That wind comes in through right off of the mixture of the Mediterranean and the Atlantic Ocean. So no surprise really to see that there are a few beanies out. Everyone's got double layers on, thermals on, large woolly socks, of course, as well. But you can see there, look at the opening partnership for Sloggers CC. And the man on your screen will be taking the first ball. That is Brian Zammit, of course, making his appearance here. And the excitement levels build up as every second passes, as we build up towards the first delivery of the 2023 season. Gives you an opportunity that I can just go ahead and make sure if you are watching on YouTube, first of all, very good evening, good afternoon to you. Go ahead and get involved in the live chat. The likes of Michael Dab, of course, Vinny as well, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. He'll be on your screens at some point. Trying to work out when he can get over, but he'll be on there as soon as he can get on, I'm sure. But of course, the likes of Rico Fuller's in there as well. And of course, the ever present in the chat as well, James Stewart, Chris Smith as well. I hope everybody is okay, and I hope everyone excited. I certainly am, for what is going to be an exceptional couple of weeks here at the southern tip of Europe. And we are almost set to get underway as we wait for that clock to click over the hour mark. It will be Ian Latin with a bit of spin to open up. And it will be Zamet, Brian Zamet of Sloggers CC to get us underway. As we just await for that hour to click over. And by my watch, I think we're there. It is, of course, going to be the spin of Ian Latin. Again, a man who's been ever present on our screens. He's going to get us underway. 2023 on the European Cricket Network. And we start, and it will be the dot ball. But we're underway for what could be, what should be a very exciting year ahead. Certainly is going to be exciting. Just myself here in Gibraltar for the first week. Comes in again. This is driven down the ground. An excellent stop by the man in the onside ring. Keeps it to just a single. That's the first runs. Excellent bit of fielding though from Robert Azzopardi. Keeps it to just a single. Of course, out here in Gibraltar, we've got the aesthetic outfield as well. This time Fuller, elevated. Man, long on does excellent. That's certainly going to hurt, but he does well to keep it to yet another single. Excellent work this time by Thomas Ramagi there. There you go. There you can see an excellent display of the beanie, which I'm sure will be ever present over the next 3 or 4 weeks or so. It's Fuller again. This is just pushed into the offside for a single. Again, wind's not as strong as we've seen it, especially last year towards the first start of last year, but it will come into play at some point. So that's this one go through to the keeper. The keeper for Rugby CC is Christopher Watkins, the man with the gloves. And again, down the ground. Again, we'll take some chasing off, and he won't do so. And it will be the first boundary of 2023. And it goes to Freyon. It's 4 runs. This time floated up again by Latin, just trying to ask a couple of questions, and Freyon is equal to it. And he gets his boundary mark. Boundary count open. Nice flourish of the bat down the ground. Bit of a misfield. He does the hard work. He gets there, but he almost goes too far. And it skids through along this outfield. And it is 4 runs to end the first. Sloggers 7 for none after 1. It's a pleasure to be back on the airwaves here in Gibraltar on the European Cricket Network. Was finished off in Barcelona to the end of the 2022 season, and it's going to be a fan favourite for many who follow Gibraltar cricket. Nikhil Advani, he's going to take the second over here. Finds a bit of a top edge. Alec Gully will field that and they'll come through for a single, but good early start from Advani. Again, asked the right questions. Doesn't put a lot of tweak on it, doesn't exactly do much with the ball in terms of spinning it, but just puts it in that right area, and it makes it a little bit difficult to get off the mark, get off the square. This again slower. It'll be short, but it'll be cut off by fielder on the ring. And there you go, another excellent display of the beanie. Let me know your thoughts, what everyone thinks about the beanie. A couple of questionable opinions, but opinion is an opinion nonetheless. Again, just on the back foot, just pushes us into the offside for another single. Does Zamet. Again, just is a pretty excellent place to play cricket at the moment here, even though it's still in the month of January. This time, more on the leg side, just pushes it round the corner. Will be a single collected by Samath Bowler. And if you follow us on our socials, if you don't, please go ahead and do so. But there's a little sneak peek of what possibly could be to come for Bodat. Some excellent figures in last year's tournament. Again, pretty much bang on a year ago. Good first over from Advani so far. Needs to close it off though. And he won't do so. It'll be another boundary. This time too far on the leg side. And Zamet will just rock back, turns this round the corner, and it's going to be 4 runs. Just turns this one. You can just see there, just earing down the leg side. He just gives himself a bit more time and swats this away. Vinny getting in there saying, I'm pro beanie, but I'm even more pro earmuffs than what we saw in Prague 2021. Well, there you go. The wonders of European cricket. Here we are on the European Cricket Network. Fuller and driven well. Ian Latin will try and cut this off, but he won't get there. Back-to-back boundaries. Excellent drive from Zamet. Gets that front leg out of the way. It's his weight going towards the ball as well. It's a lovely shot. Bit too wide for Ivani, bit of an overcorrection. And it's not the end to the over that Rugby CC would have wanted. It goes for 12. And Sluggers are 19 for none after 2. So this is what we've got here. 4 teams over the next couple of weeks. You can see there, Rugby CC and Sloggers. They are your first 2 competitors here in Gibraltar. And then tomorrow we'll see Pirates taking on Entertainers. Now, both of those 2 squads, all 4 squads, I have to say, have got familiar names with, you know, likes of Avinash Pai, Louis Bruce, just to name 2. Roll off the tip of the tongue, they do. Plenty of talent here in Gibraltar. Ian Latin, he's going to continue after a tidy first over, just 7 off of it. Is going to be on strike, 7 off 5 for him. This time just pushed. Questions of a single. Zamet was wanting it. Freyren turns it down. Again, of course, T10 cricket here, so 10 overs. It whizzes past, it's fast, it's exciting. It's exactly what we bring you here on the European Cricket Network. This is just pushed into the offside, met with a full face of the bat, and will just be a single. Again, rotation of the strike is still key in this situation, even in T10, the shorter format. Again, gives this one a bit more flight this time, does Latin. And Zamet again trying to penetrate down the ground. Doesn't quite on this one, but more off the toe. There's a few questions in the chat that we'll address as well. Fuller, and again, this time he gets more of it. This will be 1 bounce 4. Excellent shot from Freyren. He's looking like he's right in the midst of it now. Again, 2 full really from Latin. And it's right in the slot for the leg spin bowler. Freyren is equal to it, but it's 4 more. So Lakendra just asking, of course there was mention about being back in Barcelona after finishing last year. There's a few complications and stuff sort of out of people's control. So we've changed things up. We're in Gibraltar. We'll be off to Malta as well. This time, better response. Still in that full region. It'll just be a single. Still in that full region, but this time doesn't quite give Freyren the room. But a good first. Almost 3 overs. One delivery left in the power play, of course. 3 over power play in this T10 format. Michael mentioning the fact that it's 12 degrees in Gibraltar tonight. It certainly is. Doesn't feel like 12 degrees though. I can tell you that for a fact. To finish off the spell. And this will be a bit of a top edge. This is going to race away. It's a bit of a quick outfield, especially on the artificial surface, and it will be a boundary. And it's a very good start for the Slogger CC. Living up to their name. They go for 30 for none off of 3. And at the end of the power play, just feel that Slogger CC in the driving seat after the first 3 overs. And of course, the joy of cricket. The game is still there to be played, and a couple wickets certainly will change the outlook of this game. You can see there 12 off of that second over and 11 off the third. There's a good first over from Ian Latin, but just wasn't able to maintain that momentum into his second.
Chris, we have 5 out. Yeah, Chris, 5 out. Yep.
5 boundaries already in this innings, which is always a good start. Shit, blimey. -2 where he is. Well, that's not ideal. Not ideal cricket weather. We're lucky here in Gibraltar. The sun's just coming off of the ground now, so it's going to get a little bit chilly now. But of course, this is a night series, so we do expect to see floodlights take full effect at some point. Change of bowling here for Rugby CC. Looks like it's going to be Warner. Let's take them out of the power play. This time this is driven, and he gets through the covers, but the boundary does well, keeps it just a single. Of course, end of the fielding restrictions, so you can have those extra men out. As long as you have maximum of 5 out, of course. So just making sure. Good start from Warner, on the money pretty much straight away. Well, this one will be an outside edge. Wasn't sure whether to play it or to let it go, but he gets a bit of bout on this one, a bit of an outside edge. Third man keeps it to just a single, does well in the end. But do let us know where you're all watching from. Do get involved if you are watching on YouTube in the live chat. But if you are watching on FanCode in India, very good evening, good morning, good afternoon to you as well. Pleasure to have you here in Gibraltar. And this one gets through everything. Excellent delivery from Warner. Nice full delivery. Just plays a little bit all around it more than anything. Again, punches and punches well. Right off that back foot, gets in a lovely position. Just be a single. Again though, good bit of work out on the boundary. That has a party out there doing the hard graft on that offside boundary. This is Fuller, and this will be leg side, and this will be the first maximum of the year. And it's 6 rounds, and it's Zamet. Comes off the bat of Zamet. And it was just too full from Warner. And you can see there, he's eager to press forward. It's exactly what he does. Makes the most of the Fuller delivery, and he punishes it all the way. 6 more. There you go. Excellent work from the on-field officials for this game are Sunil Chandaramani and Jeremy Perez. Third umpire, Sebastian Maynard. So, those wanting the information. This is up in the air. Could be an opportunity. I think it's going to fall safe, and it does. And Latin coming round from long on. Of course, that's one thing that if you've never actually experienced playing on an AstroTurf outfield, that does bring us to the end of the 4th. 40 for none. The bounce in the field is rather extraordinary. It does mean that it sort of lifts a little bit more. This is a tale of the story so far. 40 for none after 4, going at 10s, which is not an easy feat to do, but they're looking pretty comfortable out there at the moment. Rico's wife already asking where she can find Rico. Rico will be in Gibraltar from the 28th, I can confirm that. Just see there, that's where we are at the moment. An excellent place, location to host cricket events here. Of course, multi-purpose stadium. You've got rugby and football and all other sports as well. Right on the tip of Europe. It doesn't really get much better than this. Nicola Advani going to continue here for Rugby CC. Again, starts well. Just cut into the offside. Again, Advani, he's such a tricky customer. He's got a handful of appearances for the Gibraltar national team. He's certainly an experienced cricketer. He knows what he can do and what he's capable of and how to manufacture that into a successful time out on the pitch. Again, this time. This time doesn't quite get this away, just thrown, and will just be a dot ball. Dot balls are gold dust, as one Rico Fool would say. Again, trying to drag this into the onside. A delivery that was probably on about 6th or 7th stump outside the off. So probably just trying it. Probably an element of frustration coming into the game now. 15 off of just 14. This is chipped into the leg side. Man will come round. It's eventually collected by Ian Latin. Bit of a ball magnet at the moment. Can't get him away from the game. Oh, he's spelled 2 overs, but he's still in amongst it. But again, Nicola Advani for just 3 off this over so far. It's an excellent return to the popping crease for Advani. This is Fuller and lofted. Could be an opportunity. It won't though. It'll be another maximum. 6 more. Excellent shot again. This time it's that man again, Zamet. And it's 2-4 from Advani. Sits up. It's in the slot. And he just watches this sail over his head. 6 more. Lovely shot from Zamet once again. He races into the 30s now. 32 off of just 14 deliveries. Single delivery left here in the 5th. This is cut straight to the man who will do the work. And well, he won't. It'll be a boundary. An unexpected boundary to close the over, so Advani finishes with a flourish of boundaries against him. And damn it, he's again looking in fine form early on in this tournament. Well, this one, doesn't really matter how you get them, it's what goes down in the book, and that will be 4 more. And that will be the end of the fifth over. Sloggers are 52 for none. It's a little bit chilly here today in Gibraltar. I can tell you that, that's a fact. There's a couple of extra layers going on everywhere, but it certainly is a pleasure to be bringing you the coverage here today and over the next week or so. And again, what a brilliant place it is to play cricket. Of course, 2022 was an excellent season for us here on the European Cricket Network with almost 1,200 matches streamed. Hoping to go bigger and better here this year, and I can't wait to bring you along the journey. It's been an excellent journey so far on the European Cricket Network. It certainly is going to be an exciting year again. We're into the 6th over. Lovely shot this time for Ione. Gets in on his piece of the action. And Warner gets a bit of pressure early on in his 2nd over. Comes down the track and slices it away. And evades the man at point. And it's a lovely shot, 4 more. Shrug pointing out there. Well, firstly, very happy New Year to you, Shrug. First commentator's curse of the year. It certainly was. And there will be plenty more to come. Almost put money on that. Warner under a bit of pressure early on here in his 2nd. And this one, good bit of keeping from Christopher Watkins for Rugby CC. Good comeback as well from Warner. And this time it won't be, and it will be a wide. And if I'm not mistaken in saying, I believe that might be the first extra of 2023 as well. Fuller misses out a little bit, if anything, just for Ione, and come through for a single. It's good work from Samath Ball. Interesting. So we haven't seen Samath with ball in hand yet, possibly saving him for the death. I feel if they can save him for his 2 overs at the back end of this innings, then that's where he's really capable of pouncing. This time shorter and flat batted down. Good bit of work though from Thomas Ramagi there. And not difficult, especially off this AstroTurf. Any bit of spin on the ball and it will zip away past you before you even know it. Again, outside edge. Excellent delivery again from Warner. Really put the pressure back onto Fryan after that early boundary at the start of this over. And it just needs to close off the over as quietly as possible. He won't do so. Rocks back. And this will be another maximum 6 more. And it's that man again. It's Zammit, who now races into the 40s. And that's 6. Brings up 66 for none after 6. And that one, again, you can just see how much time he has at the crease. He's clearly picked up a lot of early form. That's the stats for the bowler so far. Only the 3 used, so we'll get an early look at a new bowler. 2 bowlers going for above 10 in their economy rate is never quite what you want to see as a bowling side. But it looks as if it's going to be Stephen Carey is the new man with the ball in hand. Interesting to see what he can bring to the table for Rugby CC. The wicket here changes the game completely. Ideally, it would be Zammit, 43 off 17 already. Starts with a shorter delivery. However, excellent work. Again, Ramagi gets a hand to this one. That will be just another single. If you're a Slogger CC fan, which I'm sure there are a few watching, you'll be quite happy to see that it brings Zammit on strike, 43 off 17. Again, and it's an appeal, but interesting to see. I think there was possibly a bit of bat on this one. See here, bit of dancing in the crease, a bit of bat to take that onto the bat pad. Again, that just seems to be that's probably a good area to attack Brian Zammit. He seems really strong. Anything in that block hole in the slot will go. Yet to have a wicket yet. And this time, short And he rolls his wrist on this one, and it will go all the way. It'll be another boundary, and that'll be 4 runs, and it's once more, it goes to Zamet. And he's looking like he's in fine form early on in 2023, as he picks up another 4. Just a bit of overcorrection from Carey. Entirely over up until that point. Only conceded the 1. Needs a response though. It's a bit of a full toss, and it will be the first leg side wide. Those of you that aren't aware, anything on that leg side will be given as a wide. Just keeps that rule nice and clear for us here on the European Cricket Network. Anything down that leg side will be signalled as a wide. Don't have to bowl that one again. Will Carey. Just a bit of pressure now after that boundary. And this one clips a pad. It's going to race away. Samath Bowler will do the work. Will he get there in time? He will. It'll just be 2 leg buys. It won't be anywhere closer to his half century, but it will certainly be on his mind. There's no way of him knowing how close he is around the ground. However, he'll know. He'll have an inkling as to how close he is. His partnership now worth 74 for only 40 deliveries. An excellent start to the Sloggers CC. And this one again will be another single off the pad once more. And just before that delivery, you might be able to see off the glare off the helmets, the floodlights have just been switched on. So interesting how much of an effect that takes later on in the evening. Again down the leg side, just been pushed off his line of length since that first delivery earlier on in the over, that first boundary. Just been pushed off and just struggling a little bit. Might be a pick up in the breeze across. Going off that shirt, you can see it's flapping in the other direction, so I think that's possibly to do with it. Might just be a little bit of pressure on Carey at the moment. Clipped off the pads nicely. Excellent work though. Otherwise it could have been an almost certain boundary. Harry Pyle manages to cut that off. And it brings an end to a lengthy over, 8 off of it. And at the end of 7, Sloggers are 77 for none. So still no wicket to be had here in 2023. Going at 11 as well. Certainly is a steady start for Sloggers CC. Good to see that there's a lot of interest in the kits at the moment. Of course, Gibraltar have got some very interesting kits, and looking forward to the Entertainers looking at their logo, if that's anything to go by. Be interesting. Thinking of the Lisbon Capitals back in Portugal. Change of bowling though, and after an excellent bit of fielding, Harry Pyle comes in and he gets dispatched down the ground, and it looks to be a 6. It will be. Ian Lattin gives the signal. Not the start that Harry Pyle would have wanted, because it's slapped back over his head. 6 more. Excellent shot from Julian Ferrone. Stand and deliver stuff. Pyle needs a response. That's exactly what he brings to the table. Just back with a full face with the bat. Zamet looks as if he's getting a little bit nervy at the non-striker's end. I think he might be able to get the idea that he's close to that half century. This is very short. So short it will be a wide. He's asking the question, but he'll be looking forward to watching the replay back on that one and going, yep, definitely was a wide, my apologies. I'll have to bowl that one again. Interesting to see if you pick this up as he comes in, look how short of that bowling crease he is. Full up, pushed into the offside, will be a single, and it brings Zamet back on strike.
One's a fight, lads. Keep going, boys. Okay, go on. Guys.
So Zamet, 47. And make that 51. Excellent shot. Just rocks back, pulls this into the leg side, and it's 1 bounce 4. And that brings up his half century. as their applause ring round the stadium, the Europa Point Stadium here in Gibraltar, brings up his 50. Bit of a celebration there as well. Again, Pyle just a little bit short. He rocks back. And this is 1 bounce 4. Excellent shot. Excellent way to bring up a very, very impressive 50 early on in the tournament. Off of just 22 deliveries as well. Really is getting going pretty well early on here. It's another short delivery and another boundary. Another 1 bounce 4. Harry Pyle, he's getting Pyle on the pressure, isn't he? Again, just releasing that all wrong. To be too critical, however, just doesn't look like he's got his rhythm going into the crease. And you can see there's a man with a very large smile on his face at the moment, and that is Brian Zammit. Brings up his half century, then gets another Gundy ball, and he cashes in.
In position, guys, come on, let's be ready.
Slogger CC, just to the left of your screen there, you can see Shub doing a great job here in Gibraltar so far. Not much to do as of yet. Again, overcorrection, and that's the biggest of them all so far. 6 more. And Harry Pyle doesn't look very comfortable at the moment, but a man who is, that man there, Brian Zammit, looking like a freight train on a destruction course at the moment.
Keep going, guys, come on.
Come on, boys, come on.
That boundary does bring us to the end of that over. Bit of a discrepancy over the score, just waiting on that one. 99 for none after 8, so we have picked up the pace over the last 2 or 3 overs or so. That over went magical, 22 off it. I doubt we'll see Harry Pyle again. Still no Samarth bother though.
Oh, nice, nice.
That's a good start though. As the new bowler,
Very good. Good start,
John
Ozzy.
Matthews.
Very nice. Very nice.
Coming for own in his sights. Just plays and misses at this one. So no Samarth bother, which is a very big miss if he's carrying an injury of some form. It's a big, big miss for Rugby CC. Down the track, doesn't get all of this one. However, with the shorter 50-metre boundaries, it will be enough to race away, and it'll be a boundary as well. 4 more. And again, Julian Ferrone, this time, getting his piece of the action. John Matthews just a little bit too straight. Julian Ferrone is not scared to cash in.
That's where they're looking to go.
So that also brings up the 100, the century for Slogger CC. 101 for none. Short, up in the air. This could be an opportunity. It won't be, it'll be 6 more. Bit of a top edge more than anything from Julian Ferrone, but he won't mind. It's really what matters is what goes down in the book. 6 more, too short. Not pushing it for pace either. And he gets punished. Sails into the sunset. Julian Ferrone, he's suddenly moved on to trying to attack his own personal half century as well. Full toss. Gets a lot of bat on this one. This will take some cutting off. Goes for the slide tackle. Does well in the end. Keeps it to just 2. An element of making like one of your French girls in that finish there. Just there you go. Oh dear. If you get that reference, then you've clearly got off to a good start for 2023. Excellent response from Matthews, right on the toe. And that one's hurt as well. Don't know if we've got any magic spray around. Be making an early debut, but that one's left a mark on Julian Ferrone. 43 off of 30 now for him. Take a look here. This one, toe cruncher. It's not even, he hits it off the inside edge. That one will hurt. It's going to have a lasting effect. So much so that he brings up the first wicket, and it is Ferrone. Bit of frustration there, possibly. A wild swipe across the line, but he has to go, and it brings an end to a very impressive opening partnership here for the Sloggers. 111, and First wicket has to go. And it's the first wicket of 2023, and it goes to John Matthews. Sloggers, 111 for 1. Good delivery. Line and length pretty much spot on this AstroTurf pitch. And it brings an end to a very impressive opening partnership for Slogger CC. Brown possibly trying to pick up his personal half-century as well. After hitting it onto his toe, he's probably a little bit frustrated, but he can walk off with his head held high. He's done exactly what was asked of him. Got his team off to a sensational start. Of course, normally that would mean that the new batsman would be man on strike, but it was the end of the over. New batsman is Kyron Stagno. Last over. Looks as if we're going to get the last over bowled in a beanie. First time you might have seen that. And it will be Thomas Ramagi to bowl the final over here then. And this is high in the air. Opportunity. It's Latin underneath it. And he takes it. So we have to wait 9 overs for the first one, but we get 2 in 2. And it brings an end to a very impressive innings for Brian Zammit. He goes for 61 off of just 25 deliveries. And the Sloggers now 111 for 2. Good catch by Ian Latin. That one certainly went very high, but you can see there, Brian Zammit, 61 off of 25, comes off. Celebrations and congratulations from all of his team in the dugout. Again, solid opening partnership of 111. Very interesting to see what they have coming in next, as Rahul Daswani is the next man to the crease, coming in at number 4. There's 5 deliveries left in this innings. Interesting to see though, no Samath Bodhat with ball in hand throughout this entire innings, so try and get down to an understanding as to why this is an outside edge. Just be a single. Man at
Nice one, Tommy. Nice one, Tommy.
third man keeps it to just a single, brings Stagno on strike.
Nice, Tommy, boy. Go, go.
Well, he'll be pretty happy with this though. 1 for 1 off of his first 2 deliveries. We'll hear him complain. Stagno on strike. And he starts with a flourish of the bat, and it will be a maximum. So just sat up a little bit for Ramagi, and Stagno, who was yet to face the delivery up until that point, cashes in early. He goes maximum here in the final over. Bit of style about that one as well. Stand and deliver. He knew as soon as it hit the face of the bat. Oh, this one. It's a little bit too early on it. Trying to turn it round the corner. As Ramagi goes on a bit of a chase for the ball. Could be looking like it's going to be a good total though for the Slogger CC. No ball's being called, and it's going to be a boundary as well. No ball called by the square leg umpire. Might be too many out. I think that is the case as well. No ball called and a boundary. Boundary goes to Stagno. He moves on to 10 off of his deliveries faced. You can see there's a bit of a discrepancy between a couple of the fielders for Rugby CC. It'll be a no ball. No ball signalled, of course. Free hit called, and this time up in the air. Again, hasn't quite got all of this, but it's enough to clear the boundary, and he cashes in on the free hit. And it goes all the way, 6 more. No risk of a wicket there unless it was a run out. So he had the license, and he certainly cashed in, and Stagno, he now moves on to 16 off of 4, and with a single delivery left. I'm not surprised we'd see if he tries to swing pretty hard at this one. Almost expecting to see the kitchen sink thrown at this. Last delivery then here of the first innings. And it ends in a wicket. Does throw the kitchen sink at it, does Stagno. And Ramagi gets the last laugh. He goes for 18 off of his over, but he picks up 2 wickets in it as well. And the Sloggers CC, they will finish on 129 for 3 after their 10 overs. And again, this one just staying a little bit low, bit of a bottom edge, and Stagno, well, his little flourish comes to an end. And Sloggers 129 for 3, setting Rugby CC 130 for victory here in match number 1 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. And well, that man finishes 1 off of 1, does Rahul Dasvani. Not out, of course, so no average for him yet, so he'll be pretty happy with that. But again, smiles all round, no real surprise there. The Sloggers CC finishing on 129 for 3. They'll be pretty happy with how they went about things early on in this tournament, but it was really due to that start for the opening partnership of Brian Zammit and Julian Freyon, putting on 111 for that first wicket, and not really giving any opportunities either. They just pounced on the wider delivery on the poorer ball. And there was a couple of fielding mishaps, but it was mostly down to some excellent displays of power hitting. And that was a bit of luck, but it's going your day, it's your day, you got to cash in, and that's exactly what he did. Brian Zammit, 61 off of just 25 deliveries, 7 fours, 4 sixes in there as well. Some real punishing flourishes of the bat, mostly down the ground as well, but also into that offside. Well, that was a bit of a mishap, wasn't it? Won't want to see that one again. They tried to change things up, but that was an excellent shot this time. That was the skipper, Julian Freyon. He led from the front, didn't he? 43 off of 30. What bit of a backstand, really, in terms of the opening partnership. But when you've got your partner Zammit at the other end, who's going at 244 strike rate, there's not really much concern. But he was able to pounce on the delivery that he was given, and there were times where he ended up clearing the rope, twice in fact in his innings. There was it was 4 fours as well for him. But it was an excellent innings, worth 61 for Brian Zammit off of 25. There was a couple of Gundy balls as well, but he certainly did what he needed to do and cashed in when they were offered to him. And Julian Freyon, again, also cashing in as well with some flourishes of the bat into that leg side. Again, on this outfield, it's electric. And well, this was one of the biggest ones for him. That one cleared all the way. It was an excellent shot. Just picked it up nicely. And anything in that slot, no surprise to see it get punished. Well, the ball before that one clocked it right onto his toe, and then it was an element of frustration and aggression which saw the downfall. He was bowled by John Matthews, and then, well, Brian Zammit towards the back end of the innings trying to go for it. And we saw 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. It's a good catch though by Ian Latin, very talented cricketer. No surprise that I'm sure a lot are expecting to see him with bat in hand early on for Rugby CC. Couple of serious blows from Kyron Stagno towards the back end. There was a no ball due to the fielding infringement, and they certainly did cash in. However, next delivery, just try to throw the kitchen sink at it. Caught the bottom edge, and it was another wicket for Thomas Ramagi. He finishes well with figures of 2 for 18 off of his single over towards the end. Don't forget there was a no ball in there, that wasn't his fault as well. So, simple target, 130 for victory for Rugby CC. Sloggers CC, they'll probably feel they're in the driver's seat at the moment, but only time will tell. We take a look at the scorecard then for Sloggers CC, and it was that partnership at the front, wasn't it? Brian Zammit and Julian Freyon, 61 and 43 apiece. Worth 111 was that opening partnership, and it only fell at the back end of the 9th over. And then we saw Kyron Stagno, he came in, as did Rahul Dasvani. And those 2 real punishing blows towards the end. We take a look at the bowlers though, and again, interesting though, those eagle-eyed viewers will be concerned to see that Samath Bowler in the matchday squad, but not given an opportunity with the ball in hand. I'll do my best to try and find out the reasoning behind that. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in around about 10 minutes or so. As Rugby CC, they have set Sloggers CC 130 for victory. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. Good evening and welcome back to the Europa Point Stadium here in Gibraltar for the second innings of match number 1 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 Gibraltar. My name's Charlie Hunt here. You join me on the European Cricket Network. And what a start that was for Sloggers CC, finishing on 129 for 3 after their 10 overs. Setting 130 for victory for Rugby CC. And it's as if man with number 1 on his back is going to face the first ball. Christopher Watkins, the wicketkeeper for the Rugby CC. Interesting to see what the Sloggers CC have got in terms of bowlers and fielding. And for those tuning in, I can confirm Samath Bonner carrying a bit of an injury to his ankle, hence why there was no signs of him with ball in hand. Looks as if he's going to come out and give it a bit of a swing though with bat in hand though. Looks as if he's padded up down below. Opening bowler for Sloggers will be Kabir Mirpuri. 130 for victory. Going to need to be going at exactly 13 and over here then. And the lights taking more of an effect here. Ready to get underway. And it's going to be Mirpuri for the Sloggers CC up against Watkins. Turn around the corner. Going to take on the arm. Come through for a single off the mark straight away. Brings the dangerous Ian Latin on strike for Rugby CC. Now this man represented Gibraltar and has done a handful of times. Of course, played for Bavaria, the Calpe Giants as well. He's had a pretty extensive history on the European Cricket Network. Looking to extend it here this year. Averaged 30 last year in T10 cricket. Be hoping he can get his side off to a promising start. Shorter. Well, Watkins wanted the single. He gets turned away by Latin, just stuck on the back of his feet there. You can see that wind though picking up. You can see it on the players' shirts. Just coming across down toward that back end of the ground. See lights full effect though at the moment. This has done everything. Watkins has called him through. Oh, there's a big misunderstanding. And well, Watkins will go. As Ian Latin had no interest in taking on the run whatsoever. And not the start Rugby CC would have wanted. See here, comes forward and the LPW was certainly going down leg. But Ian Latin was put the hand up to say no, and Watkins just set off and wasn't able to apply the brakes early enough. And he will have to go for a single. First wicket falls, Rugby CC 1 for 1 here in the first. Big misunderstanding out in the middle. Not what you want from your 2 opening batsmen. And Watkins comes off and not to be a happy man. Ian Latin, well, how much is that going to play on his mind? He's got a big opportunity here for Rugby CC to redeem himself after running out his skipper as well for the day. A good early wicket for Sloggers CC. And this one, and he's given him. And well, things go from bad to worse for Ian Latin. And he was coming down the track and gets this one all wrong. And Kabir Mirpuri, he is a man on fire at the moment. And it's the second wicket to fall, gets it all wrong. And given out on field, we take a look here. And that's gonna, it's a tight one. It's just whether he got that bat behind the line. They are just waiting, they are just gonna see here. It's gonna be, oh, that's a tight one. That is not an easy one. We've got the first tight decision of the year. Keep rolling back and forth just to see here. It's a tough decision to make. He's given out on field, but they've gone upstairs, so just waiting to see here. And this is a tough one here. It's in between frames as to see as to where It's just that one frame, isn't it, as to where that decisive, that decision would be made. Because there he's out. When at that point the bells are quite far up in the air, but he's made his ground. So this is a tough decision to make for the third umpires. Ian Latin waits in agony. No decision to be made as of yet. And I think, from what I'm hearing, I think he's going to be back, and he will be. So a big, big moment early on in the second innings, and it doesn't take long to get the season with a bit of excitement. Ian Latin survives. The LRS limited review system coming into play, and he survives. And I'm sure he's going to be looking to cash in now. Big moment in the context of this game. Only time will tell how it will affect it in the context. So Ian Latin, well, his nerves will be through the roof at this point. Just needs to get bat and ball, just needs to get a run to his name this time. Just finds this one back. Well, what a first over this has been already. A crazy run out. An incredible bit of work, it has to be said, from the wicketkeeper. Karen Stagno just wasn't quick enough. It was just behind. But I tell you what, Ian Latin not looking like he's a comfortable man. Excellent over for Slogger CC, Rugby CC. 1-4 and after 1. Incredible scenes early on here in the second innings. Again, incredible stuff, really, from our team at Spring Productions. This is what happened then. So came forward and tried to get that back, but early view on the pitch seemed as if he wasn't able to do so. But upon review, again, was just in a little bit of a in-between frames. But he survived, didn't he? But a bit of excitement early on. So Latin survives, none off of 5 so far. And well, Brian Zammit can't keep him out of the game. 61 in that first innings. He's going to open the second over here for Slogger CC. Well. What a start to this second innings. Here's Zammit for Slogger CC. Amath Bodder, the number 3 batsman. It's off the mark straight away. Interesting. Even if he's running pretty well on that ankle, just looks a little bit hesitant, but comes through pretty comfortably. Latin will really be looking to try and cash in on an opportunity given to him now. Go back to, and you can see there is a sign of frustration there for Latin. His body language, if anyone can read it, see frustration, anger, disappointment a little bit as well. Yet to get off the mark. 6 deliveries faced now. Just late on it. Good delivery from Zammit. Just rolls his fingers down the side of it a little bit. It's now 7 deliveries without a run for Latin now. Comes down again. Will just be a dot ball yet again. Possibly could have been a single, but doesn't. Amath Bodder through. And well, that's going to certainly do his confidence a wealth of good. This is going to be a maximum flicked off the legs, and Ian Latin finally gets off the mark. Two off the line, really, from Brian Zammit. And he gets a bit of his own medicine from Ian Latin. And it'll be 6 for Rugby CC. And Zammit respond. It's short, digs right into the body of Ian Latin. You can see there, a bit of a stare down. Still a tidy over, nonetheless, even though there was a 6 in that over. Goes for just 7, and Rugby CC 8 for 1 after 2. So just a reminder, those are the 4 teams taking part in this tournament: Entertainers, Pirates, Rugby CC, and Sloggers as well.
But it went into his leg, so he could just scoop it out.
Of course, a win here in match number 1 will put that team at the top of the table. You can see there, little bit of a change, something that was brought in towards the back end of last season. Our official timekeeper, our partners, Frederic Constant, 32 minutes now, so you have 40 minutes to complete the innings, and if not, then there's a penalty is awarded. The spin of Midpudi is going to continue here into the 3rd. Doesn't quite get all of this one down the ground. Good work though from the man at long on. Raul Dasmani does well, keeps it to just a single, brings Ian Latin back on strike. Mixture of English and Spanish being spoken out in the middle, which is no real surprise, having walked through the border earlier this afternoon. Walked through the border earlier this afternoon. It certainly is a rather incredible feat to do so. Ian Latin rocks back, and again, this will be 1 bounce 4, and Ian Latin finally looks as if he's getting into the swing of things. Too short from Midpudi, and with that bit of spin, just brings it into that leg side, and this goes over for another boundary, 4 more.
Back on your legs, buddy. Back on your legs. Back yourself, boy.
So, Kabeda Midpudi finally under a bit of pressure. 5 off the over so far, just 2 deliveries faced. Down the ground, high in the air, bit of an outside edge, and dropped. Big opportunity for Damon Delgado, and he gets this one completely wrong, loses it in the air. And Ian Latin gets yet again another life. It wasn't easy, and you just have to mention the fact that those lights make it 10 times harder for a fielder to find this a white ball up in the sky. Another life. And again, luck on the side of Rugby CC as Samath Boda gets a bit of bad on this one. Excellently chased by Joseph Neal. Comes through for another 2 runs. Just see here, slot delivery, gets lucky, bit of an inside edge. Just from what we saw in that first innings, anything in that slot will be punished. Again, tries to, but isn't able to get underneath it. Will just be a single, brings Ian Latin back on strike to face the final delivery of this over. It's interesting to see. I wonder if anyone else has picked this up at home, but just take a look at the non-strikers and how they're backing up, of course. Now, the issue of man canning has been ever present in cricket and is in the light more than ever. This again rocks back, will be a single. He'll keep the strike. Single to end the 3rd over. Rugby CC 18 for 1 after 3 overs. Man canning, of course, being an issue ever present, but it's in the limelight at the moment, and you just see that non-strikers just probably aware that people are watching. This is story so far, of course. After 3 overs, after the power play, Sloggers were 30 for none. So just behind a little bit, but after that first over, going for 1 for 1.
Only went for 1 boundary, bro.
Be happy to see that Ian Latin is still at the crease though. 12 off 13. He has chewed up a few deliveries. It took him 7 deliveries to get off the mark. In fact, 8 with that 6 into that leg side. Just needs to give himself a bit of time. Although 10 overs feels like it's not very long at all, you have got more time than you do think. It's not easy though. Zamet continuing. This is short, swatted. Should be prevented from a boundary. It is. Good work. Emerson Rovegno doing the work. Keeps it to just a single. Someone Boda back on strike. 5 off 4 for him. Again, I know there'll be many viewers that'll be disappointed to hear that he's carrying a bit of an injury on that ankle, which is stopping him from bowling, but hopefully, if he can nurse it well enough, we might see it later on in the innings. This is a lovely shot. And it will get through. Well, that one, that's a close one. And I know if a certain Corey Rutgers was watching, he would be screaming from the commentary box now, because that really could have ended in a serious injury. You see here, it's not nice to see. And he does it. It's effective from Emerson. And this will be signalled a wide. Zamet just with the effort ball. This is out on his line there.
Back to your lines, Vic, back to your lines.
See that. Does get a bit of nip back into the crease, but not enough. Ball toss, high in the air. Has he quite got enough? He doesn't. An excellent work on the boundary from Luke Collado. Prevents it from going from a maximum, and he knew that the boundary was behind him. It seems as if he's a bit frustrated in the fact that he didn't take the catch, but we see here, just to make sure, pushes it away. That's excellent work. He'll be annoyed he's put the catch down, but he's saved 5 runs, and that's for sure. This time down the ground, and this time it will be 6. Rahul Daswani can't recreate what Luke Collado did just the ball before, and this time tipped over the bar. 6 more. And as soon as he made contact with that ball, did Daswani, the fielder, it was 6 because his right foot was over the boundary. Needs a response though to Zamet. It's a good comeback. Get through for a bye. Go against the wicket-keeper in Stagno. Brings Boda on strike. Just feel needs to just hang around with Latin. Latin might be looking to be the aggressor now. And just as I say that, Samath Boda with an excellent cut into the offside and brings up double figures for him. Too short, too wide from Zamet, and he gets punished. 4 more. Excellent shot from Samath Boda. Brings us to the end of the 4th, 34 for 1. Story so far, Christopher Watkins, captain of Rugby CC today. Run out, of course, mostly due to the fact that Latin just wasn't really keen on moving. Eventually, he had to go, and then the very next ball, Latin almost gone stumped. He was saved by the use of the limited review system, the LRS, here on the European Cricket Network. Change of bowling then for Sloggers CC. This will be a no ball, as Christian Navas is the new bowler. No ball, as it's gone off the pitch. No real surprise, Ian Latin on the charge, and that's 6 on any ground. Lovely shot from Latin off the hip, and that flourish of the bat through the air, and that sends the ball sailing away. 6 more. Well, it's a lovely picture as that ball sails into the Gibraltar sky with the sunset behind us here. It really is a picturesque ground here, the Europa Point Stadium. Good to have you, James. Enjoy your dinner, look after yourself. Very nice to be back. This time just pushed into the offside. Sensible from Latin. Good rotation of the strike. Of course, these two teams will go at it again in match number 2 later this evening. Just gone, coming up to 7:10 local time. Full toss. Samath Boda misses out. It has been cool, the no ball. Has been called a no ball. You see here, certainly was a free hit time. And Doesn't quite get a lot of this one. Will just be a single. Will just be a single off the free hit. You just see here. Just dips. That was obviously a no-ball, and then off the free hit there was just a single. Continuing here is Navas. Good comeback. However, that's going to be a wide. We'll have to bowl that one again. Now, for those of you that tuned in to the Valletta Cup in Malta back in towards the start of last year, there was a moment where a certain Nicola Advani was the centre of attention. Come back to this story. This is high in the air. Opportunity. Dropped. It's been put down. And, well, when it's your day, it's your day. And Ian Latin, when he needs to go and buy a lottery ticket because it's another life, he gets put down by Gary Turner-Bone. It's another life for Ian Latin. Just possibly loses it right at the last moment. This time, Samath Boda, bit of a cloths this into the leg side. Yardo will keep it to, again, another single with the flat throat. So Nicola Advani was someone who was a centre of attention due to the fact that he loved a bit of shadow batting, and looks as if he was playing his own little test match in his mind. This time hit and hit well, and will just be a single. And that single will be the end of the 5th over at the halfway stage. Rugby CC 48 for 1. Welcome you into a very chilly commentary box here in Gibraltar. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here at the Europa Point Stadium for the first week of this FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. And it certainly is an excellent display of cricket early on in the 2023 season, of course. Plenty of cricket yet to come. Of course, got the ECL, ECC to look forward later on in the year, and some other little ventures that I'm sure that we'll announce at some point. But plenty to come here on the European Cricket Network, and I can't wait to bring you some of the coverage throughout the year. Of course, you'll have the likes of Vinny Sandhu, Rico Fool, Corey Rutgers, Joe Wakasagi as well. He'll be here at some point. I know many have been requesting to get him back on the airwaves, so you ask and we shall deliver. 82 required off 30 then for Rugby CC. Ian Latin into the leg side, and it's going to be another 6 more. This time clipped off the hip, and Latin, he is cashing in on the opportunities given to him. Julian Freyon is the new bat bowler, and he gets sent into the stands very early on in his spell. 6 more. Textbook Ian Latin for those that have seen him before. Needs a response for Ernie. And this time offside. And this will be another 6 more. Beautiful hitting from Ian Latin. And he is making the sloggers pay now, as he's cashing in on some shorter deliveries that are being served up from Julian Freyon. He now races on to 42. And you just feel that with Latin at the crease, Rugby CC will always be in with a chance. Change of angle, round the wicket. And it will be a wide down the leg side. So early pressure is possibly getting to the all-rounder for sloggers. Sad saying glad to see that we are back. It's good to be back. Hope everyone's enjoying the coverage so far. If you are watching on YouTube, go ahead and subscribe to the European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Slow up, leg side, 6 more. It's another boundary in Latin. He's really cashing in on this bowling from Freyon. He's making the most of the shorter boundaries, the 50-metre boundaries. They just aren't long enough, and it will be another 6 more. Oh, he's on the road to redemption, is Latin. Ran out his skipper for the day in the first over. Survived a very early, or very lucky, or close call, I should say, for a stumping. And he's had a few drops as well. And this one right off the toe of the bat. Good comeback from Freyon. Bit of words as well, possibly. Nothing wrong with some words as long as it's within the nature of the game. Smith saying another season starts. Not going to get much done around the house for months now. Well, beggars can't be choosers. Wish I could apologise, but I wouldn't mean it. You've got to enjoy, haven't you? Leg side, and this will be another boundary. This will be 4 more, and that will be the 50 for Ian Latin. As applause roars through the Europa Point Stadium. And he certainly has succeeded on that road to redemption as Ian Latin. It's too short, it's too far on the leg side. And a man of Latin's calibre is not going to miss out. And he brings up his half century. There you go, 52 off of just 27. He faced a total of 12 dot balls, which is rather incredible considering he took 8 deliveries to get off the mark. But he's gone 6 sixes and 2 fours. Strike rate just under 200. Certainly is excellent stuff from Ian Latin. Again, a man who's played plenty of cricket throughout his time. He's a very experienced campaigner. Over's already gone magical. Damage limitation now. He's not going to get it. This is a bit of a scoop sweep from Ian Latin. Just helps it on its way. And it's going to be another maximum. It's another 6. Gets down on one knee. And helps it on its way around the corner. 6 more. And the over goes for 29. And at the end of the 6th Rugby CC, 77 for 1 back in this game. Due to one man, Ian Latin. That over going for 29 off of the over. That's the story at the moment. That's what we've got. Well, a man who's put Ian Latin down, Gary Turnabone, he's going to come on to bowl. Samath Bodat, who's 12 off 9. He's just playing second fiddle, and rightly so when you've got Ian Latin striking it so well at the moment. What can Turnabone do? Starts with a wide. And just under a bit of pressure there. And of course, was the man who put Ian Latin down earlier on in his innings. This is short, slapped hard, and he pierces the field. 4 more. Samath Bodat getting in on the action now. Wasn't able to catch a piece of it with the ball. However, this time gets enough on this one. 1, 2 bounces, and 4 more to the total. Samath Bodat, he sits there and goes, well, anything you can do, I can certainly give it a go. He's on to 16, but this partnership, 81 off of 36. They're helping with a few extras, but mostly Ian Latin, 58. And again, short, and again, leg side. Collado does well. Excellent work from Luke Collado. Keeps it to just a single, saves a certain 3 runs there. Superb work on the boundary to be aware of where it is and what he needs to do. This time Fuller lofted, 6 more. Ian Latin gets in on the action, so good that it hits one of the rugby posts. And well, he's not converted the try, but it's certainly given it a go. 6 more. Excellent shot. Ian Latin moves on to 64. This game certainly in the balance. 41 off of 21 now. Just under 12 now. Short. Well, luckily gets away with it. Gundy ball, doesn't get punished. Batting, not an issue here in Gibraltar. Leg side, hits this well. Again, ever present is Collado on that leg side boundary. Cuts it off, and it will just be a single. .13 off the over. Single ball left in this over as well. And it will be a boundary again. Samath Bodat doesn't quite get along on this one, but it's enough to tickle it down the leg side. And it's another boundary. And the over doesn't quite go magical. Goes for 17. Rugby CC 94 for 1 after 7.
What's the score?
There you go, 36 off of 18. That run rate now exactly at 12 and over. 2 runs a ball required for Sloggers CC. Sloggers CC, they would have felt after those first 2 or the first power play really, first 3 overs, they would have felt they were right in this game. However, Ian Latin has come back with a vengeance. And he's putting Rugby CC back in this game, 65 for him. Well, Koyado's going to get rewarded with an over here. Comes down the track, straight to Turnabone. It's just a dot ball to start. Good start from Koyado though. Fuller down on one knee, swept well. However, Booty cuts it off for just a single. Now, this is a wild shout from a certain Mr. Maximo in the live chat. He's putting out a shout for golden ball to start the year. Now that would be as one thing as I only could describe as scenes if that was to happen. This is going to be a wide though, and it could be more. Cut off though in the end by Delgado. They'll come through for a run off the wide. At this stage then, Sloggers 84 for none. Rugby ahead, Rugby CC ahead 97 for 1. This game's certainly in the hands of Rugby CC now, after a very poor start. Shorter. Should just be a single. Will be. Good work out in the outfield. And is just a single, much to the applause of the Sloggers CC. Collado though. Well, Vinny's getting very superstitious in the chat now. This is interesting. Oh dear, well, possibly a missed opportunity. Just missing out here. Back foot does move quite a bit. It's on the line already. You'd argue possibly a missed stumping, but survives. Just needs to get Ian Latin on strike. It's off the pad, and they'll come through for a single. So, Vinny saying that he went to the beach in Rome the day that the golden ball streak, the 405-day streak was broken. Vinny went to the beach today. Now, for those of you that believe in coincidences, you tell me how you feel about that one. This one, cloth down the ground. Oh dear, oh no. Things go from bad to worse for Sloggers CC. And well, you almost thought he couldn't put a foot wrong. However, Zammit gets this one completely wrong. Goes right through him, and it leads to a boundary. Just a simple barrier was needed. Gets it all wrong, and well, this game is going more and more towards Rugby CC. Brings an end to a pretty tidy over, really, even though with that boundary only goes for 8. Run rate has crept up to now 27 off of 12, 13.5 required. That big over of 29 in the 6th, really doing some damage. It's going to be Gary Turnabone to continue here then. This is going to be a wide, and they'll come through as well. It's not what the Sloggers CC would want at this point. See there, muttering, just getting a conversation going. Leg side, should just be the one, and will be. Rioni will do the work. Latin moves on to 72. And if Rugby CC go on to win this, that'll be a match-winning innings for sure. Into the leg side, hasn't quite got all of it. Will be one bounce and then collected yet again on that deep mid-wicket region. And a lot of people feel like they have the tingle. It certainly is on. This time down the ground. Well, if Ian Latin's there, He feels as if that he will have no say in the matter, because that's 6 more. Beautifully lofted, straight drive down the ground. And there's nothing that Gary Turner-Bone can do except watch it sail over his head. And well, Rugby CC well in the driver's seat now. Short, lofted, and it'll be 6 more. It doesn't matter where you put your fielders, because that is a 6 on any ground. And it's Ian Latin, the road to redemption. It's another 6, beautiful, lifted, cut shot into the offside. See that, he's aerial, he's airborne when he hits it. It's a beautiful shot. Turner-Bone needs to pick something out of nothing here. Does so, gets a comeback, it's a dot ball. He's gonna need at least 1 more here if they're gonna have any chance of taking this. Sloggers CC. Dot ball here and it becomes an interesting game. Up in the air, it won't be a dot ball, it will be a 6. Ian Latin. There is nothing that man can't do. He started off looking like he couldn't get anything off that bat, but he's now moved on to 90 off of just 40. And Sloggers CC, well, they're going to be thinking, where has this gone wrong? As Ian Latin has almost taken this game away from them. And at the end of the 9th, Rugby CC, 125 for 1, 5 runs needed off of this last over. So Ian Latin, he won't be concerned about his own personal century. He wants to get this game over the line. Rugby CC just below me. No one's really sat down. Everyone's stood up. Everyone's wanting this victory to get a really positive start to the tournament. It's going to be Luke Collado for Sloggers to bowl the final over then. 5 runs required. Here we go. Samath Bodda tries to do it himself. Good take from Curran Stagno. Everything in this needs to be clean. Everything needs to be spot on for Sloggers if they're going to have any chance of defending 5 off the last over. A runnable in for Rugby CC. It's another dot ball. Another dot ball, and it's Samath Bodda on strike. The weight of the world on that young man's shoulders. 5 runs required off of 4 deliveries. Another fielder comes into the ring. Short, down the ground, and that will be a boundary. And the scores are tied. Samath Bodda. Well, he answers many questions there. He says, don't worry about the pressure, I know what I'm doing. Rocks back, bit of a loose delivery from Collado. He rocks back, punishes this back over his head, and the scores are tied. One run is required for victory then for Rugby CC. Samath Bodda, the young man, normally a bowler, hasn't been able to due to an injury. Can he do it with the bat? He won't have to. It'll be a leg side wide, and Rugby CC will take the first victory of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. The first victory for Rugby CC here on the European Cricket Network in 2023, but it's mostly due to that man there on your screen. 4 on the back, but he finishes on 90 off of only 40 deliveries. An incredible innings comes to an end, not without its dramas though. Should have been gone 4 or 5 times if I count correctly, but doesn't matter what happens, what doesn't happen. It's only what happens on the pitch and what goes down on the scorebook. And Ian Latin finishes with 90 off of 40. But Samath Bodda, don't forget about him, hitting the winning boundary apart from an extra. Finishes on 26 off of 18. But here we go. This was the first mishap for Rugby CC. Watkins being called through. Well, he wanted the single. Ian Latin didn't want anything to do with it. And it was a crazy run out that only occurs, or seems to occur here on the European Cricket Network. And Sloggers CC, well, this was a moment that they thought they had the game, really. Ian Latin looked as if he had gone, looked as if he was going back with nothing to his name. However, we went upstairs and it told us a different story. He survived by the skin of his teeth. He had to make the walk back to the middle of the crease. And then, well, it seemed as if it was all she wrote. Ian Latin was just able to get in. It took him 8 deliveries to get off the mark, but once he was off the mark, there was just no stopping him. He hit a total of 11 sixes in that innings, with 3 fours to his name as well. That was a first of many opportunities that they really should have taken, Sloggers CC. They'll know where they've made the mistakes. But that one, Luke Collado, he'll be thinking, well, if only I could have taken an absolute screamer, but you have to think that he saved runs in the context of this game, considering how deep it went. That was another one. And that time it was Raul Desvani who put it down. And then it was just, from there on in, it really wasn't too much of a question. Ian Latin knew what he had to do, and he knew that he was capable of it. There was a single opportunity. This was the last of them, put down by Gary Turner-Bone. And after that, Ian Latin just looked as if he was on an absolute demolition derby. It was the road to redemption for Rugby CC. And Ian Latin finishing with absolute power to his name. 90 off of 40, a strike rate of 225. The highlights don't stop there. There were so many boundaries, you just can't stop. And of course, you have to remember that he was supported well by the number 3 batsman, Samath Boda, who fans of European Cricket Network and Gibraltar will know that he is more of a bowler, but he's carrying a bit of an injury. So he's come in at number 3, given the opportunity, and he's flourished when given the chance, with some lovely shots into the leg side. He hit no sixes, but 4 fours to his name. Is certainly no easy challenge. This was a big, big miss in the game. The man who scored a lot of runs for Sloggers in that first innings, Brian Zammit, he let one go right through him, went for a boundary, and that, well, truth be told, that ended up being the mishap for Sloggers CC, although you can't really blame one person due to drops and other things. But however, Sloggers CC, they know that they've got it in them to go ahead and give it a go in the second match later this evening. Coming towards here, that was the end, and then this was it, down the leg side, and that was all she wrote. Rugby CC taking victory in match number 1. They are your winners by 9 wickets. Even though that sounds as if it was rather comfortable, I can tell you it certainly wasn't. But Rugby CC are your winners nonetheless. Do return though in about 25 minutes or so, as these two teams will go at it again. And well, if that first game's anything to go by, you won't want to miss it. Ian Latin, 90 not out off of 40, well supported by Samath Boda. Rugby CC are your winners by 9 wickets. Do return in 25 minutes as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good evening and welcome back to the Europa Point Stadium here in Gibraltar for match number 2 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. News from the toss, Rugby CC, they're going to go ahead and elect to field first once again, so very, very similarly to how they went about business in the first game earlier this evening. No surprise to see that we'll see Ian Latin, of course. He'll be bowling and batting, of course, finishing on 90 not out after 40 deliveries. We can take a look at the squads then. You can see there Samath Bodha alongside Ian Latin for Rugby CC. They're the two main players so far that we've seen anyway, but there's a little introduction of the Duracell Bunny, Zachary Simpson, coming into the lineup for Rugby CC. Take a look at the Slogger CC. Julian Ferreira and Brian Zammit at the top of the order, and this is what the supercomputer has for us. Expected scores of 105 and 111, so it's pipping Rugby CC to go ahead and take the victory once again, but only time will tell as to whether or not that is true. A very good evening, whether you're tuning in around the world on FanCode in the subcontinent in India, or whether you're on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. It's an absolute privilege and honour to be bringing you the coverage for this evening's game. Of course, the second of 2 games that we had. We had the first game earlier, about half an hour ago, as that one finished with Rugby CC taking the win by 9 wickets. Now that does sound pretty one-sided, but it certainly wasn't. Rugby CC in a spot of bother in that first over, and in the second and third, only 18 for 1 after 3, requiring 130 for victory. However, Ian Latin, after giving a few opportunities, cashed in, and he went ahead and finished on 90 not out off of 40 with the support of Samath Bodha as well. However, that is all finished. It's now time for match number 2, and in a very exact same. Well, there he is. There's Duracell Bunny. It's a bit chilly out there today. Zachary Simpson, of course, Gibraltar national cricketer. He will be playing for Rugby CC as well. And I do expect to see him running around. Doesn't matter how cold it gets out here. He'll be running around to keep himself warm. Very good evening to those in the chat. As the countdown begins for the start here, we wait for that clock to turn over to the hour mark. 8 o'clock local time. There he is, Ian Latin. Well, 90 off of 40 for him in that first game. And again, with the ball in hand, though, it wasn't quite what he would have been expecting for himself, with a bit of leg spin. Iggy Higgins in the chat. Hi, Iggy, how are you? Go well, Zach, mate, of course. Lots of support for the Duracell Bunny of Gibraltar. We're ready to get things underway in match number 2, Ian Latin for Rugby CC. It's a bit of grip and turn and bounce as the leg spinner. And the work will be completed by Christopher Gomila. And it will be a single to start off the mark straight away for Sloggers. Good to see Luke Belgium in the chat as well. Hi Luke, how are you? Hope you're well. This one met with the full face of the bat.
Very good.
Good start from Latin, right on the money straight away. In the previous game earlier this evening. Oh, this one, so good it beats everything. It will go all the way towards the boundary, but not even Watkins, the keeper. Look at him. He's saying there, that facial expression just tells you everything you need to know about that one. Beats everyone.
Top ball, lad. Go on.
See there, Watkins, seasoned campaigner, just misses this one entirely. It's not much you can do there, just carried on going, didn't really spin as much as the last 2, but yeah, you see Ian Latin in that first innings of match number 1, went for 18 off his 2 overs, no wickets. He'll be hoping to change that this time around. Shorter delivery, and it will be another 4, this time off the bat. Not even Samath Bodha can chase that one down. It's a bit of a loose delivery from Ian Latin, and he gets punished, and it's that man, Julian Ferreira, with a 4.
Pressure, boys. Back on the middle off. Go on, Adil. Go on. Go on, Adil. Go on.
First boundary off the bat here in match number 2. Once more. There he is. There's the Duracell Bunny. Zachary Simpson straight into the dream of things. There he is. Look, he's so good. We've got a camera that's following his every move. Good work from the crew at Spring Productions here in Gibraltar. Nothing ever changes this time. Right back at him. Keeps it to a dot ball to finish the over. Goes for just 5 off the bowling figures. And after the first over, Sloggers 9 for none. Always good to see people enjoying cricket all around the world. do let us know where you're watching from. You can see that there's always a few of the usual suspects in the chat. If you are watching on YouTube, go ahead, get involved in the live chat. Just myself, Charlie Hunt, here on commentary duties. So do go ahead and get involved and have a conversation with me. Let me know your thoughts about what's going on at the moment. As the new bowler for Sloggers will be, correction, for Rugby CC I should say, will be John Matthews, who, again, no surprise, beanie on, coming in now. Turn around the corner, nice shot from Zamet, coming off the back of a very promising first start with the bat, finishing on 61 off 25. However, his fielding was a little bit lacklustre. Eventually, not to blame, just to blame him, of course, but had that misfield that went for 4 in the end. Driven nicely. That'll be 4. Excellent shot from Fraione, continuing where he left off as well. He finished on 43 last time around, but he's looking to cash in on the wider delivery, and that's exactly what he does. Brilliant shot through the covers. 4 more to the total. John Matthews under a little bit of pressure early on. Early boundary in the over really puts that pressure onto the bowler. You can see there he's got a snood on, he's got a beanie on. It's cold, it's very cold, I can tell you that for free. Short, overcorrection. And come through for a single. Obviously must have been a bit of glove on that one. Sandy, Mr. Maximum in the chat, of course. He'll be keeping an eagle eye out. This is Fuller, swatted away straight to man at mid wicket. Excellent work again. Gormilat to come into the lineup for this game. He's been thrown into the thick of it pretty early on. It is, for anyone who has been near or to Gibraltar will know, it gets very, very chilly, especially on here at the stadium. It's right on the most southern point. Well, this one, well, good thing for helmets, because I think he's worn that one as Watkins. We see here, Trisha Bunny might be getting in the way a little bit, but you can see there, he doesn't wear it, does well, gets a glove on it. You can just see that wind's just picking up now. You can see it, it's going all over really, you can't even put a point on it. Excellent place to play cricket though. So now the 20th of January and we're out here and some players are in long trousers and short sleeves. Short, round the corner, straight to the fielder though. Ryder saying, watching from Delaware in the US. Well, what time is it in the US? See what the time difference is. Anyway, Sloggers 16 for none after 2. And well, we can have a look at what that first game does to the table. Rugby CC, they go top, 2 points the better. Sloggers, of course, taking that loss on that first game. Net run rate not too damaging at this point. Still plenty of cricket left to be played, of course. Only 4 teams in the tournament, but that just means that all of the squads are rather large, and there'll be a serious rotation effect throughout. Looks as if it's not going to be Ian Latin to continue. Looks as if it's going to be Nikhil Advani, Mr. Cricket himself. He's going to take the 3rd over, final over of the power play. And he starts with a wide ball, so let's bowl that one again. Can confirm that the officials for this game, Gareth Gomez and Sunil Chandaramani, are your on-field umpires, with Michael Charge taking the 3rd umpire stint here in the 2nd game. Of course, working alongside and led by tournament referee Stefan Gooch. Swept again, doesn't quite middle this, and completely opposite to last time around for Zamet. Found the middle of the bat pretty much straight away. However, he's just clothed a few. At 2:05 PM, not too bad. An ideal watching time for Delaware in the US. It was good to hear. Jay saying Switzerland too chilly for cricket at the moment. Absolutely buzzing to have any cricket going. It's buzzing to be back on the air. Big sweep, wide has been signalled. just a bit of confusion, and Varney's just trying to find out as to what's happened here. Yeah, I don't think he hit it, so just obviously a bit of spin away. Took it outside that line. And this one is just met with the full face of the bat. Again, even though Varney doesn't look like the most conventional bowlers, he's still effective. He's played a handful of games for the Gibraltar national team. He knows what he's got to do when it needs to be done. However, this one might be a little bit too full, and it is. It's going to be pounced on by Freyoni, and it's going to be another boundary. And this time, it's that front leg out of the way. Swipes across the line. 4 more to the total.
Keep going, guys, come on. Get the ball, fellas. Stop it. Stop.
And this one, this is out on that one completely. Again, Fuller didn't try to overcorrect, didn't really try to change much. It gives you a little situation. You can see there's some spectators top left. That's just how cold it is here at the moment. The wind's certainly picking up. Fuller, and he gets the wicket. Advani knows exactly what he needs to do. Sometimes he might get pounced on, but he knows that 9 times out of 10 he can stick it on a spot. And that's exactly what he does. And he brings the first wicket for Rugby CC here in match number 2. And the in batsman, Julian Ferrone, has to go. And Sloggers are 23 for 1 here in the 3rd. So, not the innings that he would have been looking for, especially after getting himself in the first game. We would have been seeing it like a beach ball. Tell you what, a beach ball in this wind would have been swept away a long time ago. Number 3 batsman then comes out to the middle. It's Kyron Stagno. We had a good flourish of runs towards the back end of the innings last time around. Wasn't enough, of course, as they went on to take a loss, but Kyron Stagno, the wicket keeper for Sloggers. 16 off 5, we get 2 sixes, of course, faced a free hit as well. Eventually got out in that last delivery, trying to throw the kitchen sink at it. Just see as well. Just want to reiterate the fact that that wind has picked up. Tends to around 8 o'clock local time. 10 past 8 now, so no real surprise to see that it's kind of picking up and making things a little bit harder for players out in the middle. Starts with a very confident push down the ground. Will be a single collected by Josh Amagi. Stagno off the mark. Straight away with a single. And at the end of the 3rd over, at the end of the power play, Sloggers 24 for 1. So that wicket coming at a really crucial time for Rugby CC. Able to get that wicket of an in-batsman, really, Julian Ferrone. He would have been seeing it very well. He would have been happy to see the fact that they saw the back of him making that long walk back. 13 off 13 for him with 3 fours. But with Brian Zammit still at the crease, of course, 4 off 4. Hasn't really looked that confident and comfortable at the moment so far. For a batsman who, coming off the back of a well-made half-century, 61 off 25 to be exact, you do feel that he's a wicket that you'd like to take. And I tell you who is a wicket that they would definitely like to take as well, is Stagno. As it does seem as if he's capable of hitting some very large bombs, it has to be said. Has got a half-century to his name. And he played all the Sloggers, of course. Last year round against Bahrain, he scored 56. He's got an average of above 20, 23 last year. He'll be hoping to improve on that a little bit. Ian Latin to continue. And he certainly will. That will be a boundary. Lovely shot from Stagno. Watched that all the way to the middle of his bat and then punished it into the leg side. And that one just too short, to back of a length from Ian Latin. And it gets punished. Lovely shot from Stagno. That will certainly calm a few nerves if there are any. Ian Latin needs a response. It's Fuller. And it's lofted, and that is a beautiful shot. Exquisite cricket from Stagno. Stand and deliver stuff, lofts this over the offside, and that'll be a maximum 6 more. That is a beautiful shot. Stagno just pounces on a fuller delivery. It's over correction from Latin, and it goes the distance. And well, we might need a new ball as well, as it seems that that's pierced through the fence. So new ball, please. First Kookaburra lost of 2023. I'd love to know if we could find out a stat. I don't think it was ever worked out how many Kookaburras we lost last year around Europe. There's a few Kookaburras in Italy, and I know that's a fact. There's probably a few down in Cartimer as well. Anyway, bit of a wait and play. New ball coming onto the field. Of course, of similar standard at the moment. But do let us know where you're watching from. I can see there's a good amount of viewers here early on in the 2023 season. Let us know where you're watching from. Of course, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in the subcontinent in India. It's a pleasure to bring you the broadcast. Myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. In Latin then. Bit of pressure. Well, it was the road to redemption with the bat in the previous game. Could do with a bit of a redemption in the last 4 deliveries here then. And this is in the air, straight down the ground. Advani will collect it, and it will just be a single. And it does prevent the flow of boundaries. Fuller on the sweep, evades the man at mid-wicket. Will just be a single as well. But again, confident shot from Zamet, who's just struggling to find that middle of the bat. You can see there, he's holding onto his back. You see, there's just elements of frustration. The bail has just fallen off, so ball's in play. You can just see that. Wind is still certainly strong out in the middle. Back foot driven nicely. And Stagno's come to the crease, and he's looking like he's in fine form. It's another boundary. 4 more to the total. And Ian Latin just can't quite match the likes of Kyron Stagno at the moment. And Thomas Ramagi couldn't quite cut that off. And it is another boundary. So this over rather large for Sloggers. 16 off it so far. Single delivery left. Well, that's going to be another boundary. That is the best of the lot. That is crunching shots from Kyron Stagno. And add that to the list, because that is 4 of the best. And anyone in the way of that will want to get out of the way, because he's hit that with some serious power. He liked that one. It's another boundary. And at the end of the 4th, Sloggers 44 for 1. Story so far then, Zamet still there, 5 off 5. Only faced 5 deliveries as well, which is a rare sight for an opener. Julian Ferrone as well. He obviously, of course, was bowled by Nicola Advani. Went for 13, but that brought Kyron Stagno, and he's going at an electrifying pace at the moment. He's going off. He's currently 20 off 6. However, it's time for the Duracell bunny, Zachary Simpson. He, of course, didn't play in the first game. We know he's in the squad, and he's here today. He's here this evening. He's going to get a bowl, of course. Was present in the Valletta Cup for Gibraltar. What was an interesting tournament for Gibraltar cricket. Wasn't quite as successful as they possibly would have wished. However, there were obviously positives to take from it with the experience. Zachary Simpson is going to come into bowl. Right on the money straight away, floats it up. And it will just be a single. And Zamet gets off the strike, gives it back to Stagno as well. There's no point me trying when you're going so well at the moment. Zachary Simpson, if he's got anything to do with it, he'll be hoping that he can keep this flow of runs down to a minimum. Cloth, leg side. They're going to take on the arm. Excellent bit of fielding. And, well, Watkins forgot to take the bails off first time around. And you can see he's a little bit upset with himself. It was a cloth shot from Stagno into that leg side. Interesting to see how close he would have been here. If he takes him off first time, he's possibly gone. So it's a bit of an early life for Stagno. You can see there, Watkins, I think he knows. He knows. Could have been a big turning point in this game for Rugby CC. Stagno survives another day. Simpson, though, right on the money. Now Duracell Bunny. I've had no complaints over that nickname, so I'm sure he's fine with it. And this one gets the batsman in two minds. Amit really wasn't sure on how to attack him there. Went forwards, went backwards, played 4 different shots. This is why we enjoy the game of cricket so much, because you can have someone that's seeing the ball like an absolute balloon in the first game, 61 off 25, and now struggling at 6 off of 6. It's just incredible. This is a full toss up in the air again, hasn't quite got all of it. There's a man underneath it. It's an excellent catch. Robert Azopardi takes an absolute blinder of a catch out in the middle of the ground, and it's swirling up in the air. Didn't look as if he had any chance, but he gets the breakthrough, and it's the dangerous Karen Stagno who goes full toss. Zachary Simpson, I've been telling you, I've been warning you, but an excellent catch from the field as a party. And you can see there the beanie works. And he has to go, just check and see if it was carried and taken safely. As a party with a sigh of relief. And the big wicket, Karen Stagno has to go. He goes for 21 off 7. Sloggers 47 for 2. Again, not the delivery Simpson would have been expecting, but that one, he's lucky not to knock himself out. But he's off. The Duracell Bunny's off. And there's no stopping him. And a well-deserved wicket for Rugby CC. They haven't bowled terribly. Just haven't quite gone their way. And it's the second wicket to fall. Sloggers 47 for 2. New batsman to the crease then. Dasvani. 2 deliveries left here in the over. Floated up. It's got snow on it when it came back down. And well, from hero to zero, live on air. As a party goes from taking a blinder to falling over the ball. It doesn't quite get better than that on the European Cricket Network, ladies and gentlemen. Single brings Zammit back on strike. Single delivery left in the over. Tidy over from Simpson. This is in the air. Another opportunity maybe. He pulls out of it. John Matthews wasn't quite keen on it. But it's again, brings an end to a very tidy over. Zachary Simpson 1 for 5 off his first over. And at the end of the 5th, Sloggers 49 for 2. Welcome back to the commentary box here in Gibraltar. I can tell you it is getting cold. The beanie's gone on. It's not quite as cool as what's being worn for the Rugby CC, but it'll do. And again, it's an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage here in Gibraltar, but it's just getting a little bit nippy. And I tell you what, we need an ECM. We need some ECM beanies. We've got to get those on order. But I tell you what, it's very, very nippy out here. But I tell you what, Zachary Simpson, I told you, he's the Duracell Bunny. And he's managed to find a way to get himself in the game, and that over just brings that game back to Rugby CC. So very interesting turn in the game in that 5th over there. And change of bowler, Matthew Warner then for Rugby. This is driven nicely, burst through the fielder. And once the second does Dasvani, but it gets turned away. Rightly so, it's just a single. Dasvani on strike then, getting a more in-depth look at the batting lineup for Sloggers. It's been a yes-no maybe, but the yes-no maybe causes a fumble in the field. I believe that was Christopher Gomilla. And this one into the leg side. It'll be one bounce for Gundy ball from Matthew Warner. And it was a hit-me ball, wasn't it? And even though Zammit is struggling out there, that might just be the turning point for him. Manages to find a bit of bat, and he goes away 4 more. So Warner might want to make use of that extra bounce, get it up there a little bit, ask a couple questions. This one down the ground with just a single. Collected by Ian Latin, ever present down at the long on boundary. Now people reflecting on that catch, excellent catch. This is short and hit well, won't quite find the boundary, or shouldn't anyway. Well fielded in the end by Matthews. Yeah, a couple people reminiscing on that catch. Certainly wasn't easy, Luke. Very much correct saying that not easy in these windy conditions. It certainly isn't. And this one, well, the nutmeg, as many will remember it. Does everyone, and Zamet has any idea? He gets through the bowler's legs as well. Eventually, it's just the dot ball. Goes through the batsman's leg. There's one. Think of a first, think of a run, maybe not. Then the bowler. We won't get to take a look at that, but it is a dot ball nonetheless. Sloggers 57 for 2 after 6. This is the story for the bowlers then. And Ian Latin going for 25 off his 2 overs. Going wicketless again, so yet to take a wicket here, and he won't today. However, Zachary Simpson will return for his second over. 1 for 5 off his first. Can he continue the form? He won't do this time, because that will be a no ball for height. And it will be a free hit. And Zamet, 14 off 12, has to cash in now. He's got a start. Not the start he wanted, as confirmation there. Now, Simpson needs a response then. Well, power stance from Zamet. Going to be looking into that leg side for sure. And hit this into the leg side. Found the fielder though. Good bowling to your field. Keeps it to just 1. And Zamet again, frustration. He's running out of deliveries now. Not long to go. Needs to cash in. He's got to start. He's chewed up a few deliveries. It's Varney on the drive. Again, Ian Latin should and will cut this off for a single. Full toss, bit of a top edge. Bamboozles everyone. Cut off though by the man at third man. And there you go. That's another sign of frustration. Zamet just can't seem to get things going. It's the complete polar opposite of what happened in game number 1 here today. And there's just not much you can do about it. That's why cricket's such a funny game. This one dug out well by Dasvani, and it's straight to the fielder again. And I'm telling you, Zachary Simpson, it looks easy on screen, but I'm telling you now, it's not easy out there to face. And figures are backing that up. This is high in the air, hasn't got anything on it. And so much so that it'll fall safely, and it'll have a bit of backspin on it as well. And it's another missed opportunity. Just chipped up, bit of a sandwich down the ground. This is a full toss. Once again, just cannot get the middle of the bat. And it gets to a point where it comes, you ask the question of a strategic retirement. Very rare that we see it, however, becoming more and more common. That single brings us to the end of the 7th, 64 for 2. Not looking like they're going to reach that 1/3. That total of 129 in the first game, or anything nearer, with 3 overs remaining. But to be fair to Rugby CC, their bowling has been very tidy and tight. Batsmen have just crumbled a little bit down the ground. Again, nicely hit. However, Latin once again will collect it. Bit of a magnet down it. Long on. Warner continuing here. So Varney, 6 off 7 for him now. This is a good shot. The umpire takes evasive action. And Varney will collect this one. And again, a giggle there. Good bit of work from Sunil, the umpire. Got in a couple of minds, manages to get out of the way just in time there. Has a bit of a giggle about it though. Swing, inside edge, and Zamet, I think he's possibly considering it himself of retiring himself out now. 19 off of 17, and in T10, on a ground like this where it sits up like a peach, it's just not at the rate that's required. Short, and again hit well, however, straight to the man out in the field. Excellent bit of bowling this from Warner to really tidy things up yet again. Bowling to his field. Might not look the prettiest, however, it's effective. That's all you want at this point. And that will be a wicket. Watkins finally gets his stumping that he's wanted. He missed out on one earlier in the innings. It didn't cost him too much. However, he pounces on this one, and Warner gets his first wicket of the match. And it brings an end to a disappointing innings for Brian Zamet. He'll be frustrated. Just couldn't quite find the next gear. And he was trying to accelerate. Wasn't able to capitalise. Good delivery from Warner, you saw him. Pushed it shorter. Brings an end to the innings for Zamet. Sloggers are 68 for 3. So, Luke Collado is the next batsman to come in for Sloggers. Well, he's pretty much got a license to do exactly that. Within reason, of course. There's no point sitting there and nerdling ones and twos. You've got to go for it to try and set up a total that's of the standard that's been set, especially in game one.
In the circle, yeah.
Plays this nicely. Doesn't find the gap. Good work from Gamila. Another single to an end of a very tidy over from Matthew Warner. With just 5 off it with the wicket as well. And at the end of the 8th, Sloggers 69 for 3. You can see there, it was a really good start in that power play. And then a big over of 20 due to hitting from Kyron Stagno. However, after that, it's been a little bit lackluster. Myron Zamet just hasn't been able to push on and kick through. He finished on 19 off of 18 as he was stumped with 1-4 to his name. Just wasn't able to kick on. He thought maybe that 4 would have brought him some momentum. Of course, Zachary Simpson finished with 1-12, so new bowler. It's going to be Thomas Ramagi. Luke Collado doesn't quite judge this one. It's stuck on the crease, no foot movement really. Leg side. Should just be a single. Well, that was a shout of 2, but certainly wouldn't be taken on the arm of Ian Lattin if that was me out there.
Keep going. Keep going, boys. Very good. Good pressure in.
This will be a wide. We'll have to bowl that one again. Ramagi. Leg side, hits and hit well. And this will be 1 bounce, 4 more. And well, that certainly is going to relieve a bit of pressure for the Sloggers. As Varney cashes in on a fuller delivery. Manages to get this away, and it's a lovely shot, 4 more. Ramagi, does he have a response? Something up his sleeve. It's almost identical, and Watkins is asking the question. It's an excellent bit of work. And we're going to go upstairs. Foot movement, he's in there. Oh dear, that's going to have to be slowed right down because his foot moves. And it's this next frame here, he's gone. And that is an excellent piece of work, I have to say. I think, if I'm not mistaken, just have to wait on the decision. And I think he's going to have to make the long dreaded walk back. Nothing behind the line. Excellent bit of work from Christopher Watkins. He gets his second, and you can see there how happy he is with that. Some serious lightning hands there from the season campaigner. And Watkins gets his man. And Nasvani has to go. Sloggers 75 for 4. Take another look at this stumping here. You can see there that he's pointing. He says, I know, I've got my man. I know I have. And there was a bit of a celebration. And all-round applause, really, for that. Some serious glove work from Watkins. I know a certain former gloveman, Vinny Sandy, will be pretty keen to watch that one back. New man to the crease then is Kabir Mirpuri, and he's again got a license to go, isn't he? Just 8 left, 8 deliveries remaining in this innings. Got to go for it. You feel he has to go for it. 75 on the board, wickets in hand. And he's rightly so going to let that one go. On there, lateral movement away from the batsman. And again, you're just saying to himself, I was bowling so well. What's happened here? How have I lost it so badly? Just off of his line a little bit. But he had to face a legal delivery. And there you go, back on the money. Legal delivery, gets it right on that top of off stump.
Very good, God.
With a single delivery left, he's so keen. He's pushing Simpson for Jerusalem Bunny. Swept well, that'll be 4. Lovely shot for Mirpuri. And that is a very welcome boundary for Sloggers. Brings up 80, 81 for 4 after 9. .81 for 4 on the board then, with a single over left. Be interesting who they're gonna turn to for this final over. Of course, Samath Bodda will not be bowling due to injuries on that ankle. Spoke to him during the break, and it's actually due to some work that he was doing in local schools for Gibraltar. And Cricket Gibraltar. He was doing a coaching session in a local school, and a kid accidentally went over on his ankle, and apparently his ankle is not in the best of shapes, so that's why he's not bowling at the moment. Anyway, here we go then, final over of this first innings. Getting inventive, there's Collado. It's nothing on it, well watched though from Watkins. He's having a good game with the gloves. Collado trying to get funky. I don't mind this, there's no protection. A good start from John Matthews with a dot ball.
In the ring, by the umpire, yeah.
It's just a change, just complete in play. Shorter delivery, slapped leg side. And it will just be a single. Again, tidy from Matthews. Knows where he's strong, is Collado. Anything straight and full, he's going to try and pounce on. So back of a length is the safe option. Fine touch from Midpuri, just sends this down. They're going to take him on. He gets back comfortably in the end. Excellent work, takes on the arm of Christopher Gomila, rightly so. Gets back pretty comfortably, turns a certain one into a certain two. Very good in the end, good intent here in this final over. Short, well left, and again another excellent bit of work from Watkins. He's been pretty much faultless apart from that one missed stumping, but it didn't cost too much. Been almost perfect here. Just needs to finish off this over halfway through. An excellent shot. Inventive from Midpuri, and it's going to be another boundary. Beautiful work against the bowling of Matthews. You see here, he goes pretty early. Just turns this round the corner. And a lovely shot. 4 more helpful, handy runs for sloggers here in the death. So 2 deliveries are left in this innings, and it looks as if the keeper Watkins is going to be going, looks, he might be standing a bit further back to see if it gets Midpuri into a bit of bother. Does Matthews have a response? Goes Fuller. He's allowed to because the keeper's back. Straight to Matthew Alexander. It's just a single. Brings Gallardo on strikes for that last delivery then. Final ball then in the first innings of match number 2. He'll get a better bowl on this one, and they'll come through for a comfortable single, and that will bring us to the close of the first innings. Sloggers, they won't reach that triple figures. They will finish 91 for 4 after their 10 overs. And again, it was a bit of a disappointing start with the likes of Zamet and Frayon getting starts but not really being able to kick on. Of course, Zamet went ahead and really struggled to get things going. But then they also had a bit of oomph coming in at number 3. But these are the highlights then. Ian Lattin beat everyone with that delivery. So much so it went to the boundary. And there were some good shots though from Brian Zamet and from Julian Frayon, of course, with a single 4 for Zamet. However, this was one of the shots of the day from Frayoni with that shot through the covers, then leg side this time, and that went for another boundary. Beautiful shot once again, and they were able to get up towards that total. But again, it was Nikhil Advani again. They just have those bowlers that have a nick of taking wickets at the right time, and that's exactly what Advani was able to do. Ian Lattin again went wicketless, and he also came under a bit of pressure due to that batting of number 3, Karan Stagnant. He went 21 off of just 8 deliveries. Strike rate certainly isn't an issue for him. It's just keeping it up for a longer period of time, and that duration of time is getting shorter. There was an absolute belter of a shot. It was that one right there through the covers, 1 bounce 4. That is one of the best cricket shots you'll see. And I know I'm saying that all year, but it's only been so long. But again, that was a missed opportunity there. The missed run out from Watkins. However, after that, it wasn't not going to be his day. But it was that catch from Azam Pardy, an excellent catch to remove the dangerous Stagno. And it was the Duracell bunny, Zachary Simpson, who managed to get that big breakthrough. There were flourishes of runs, however, it was really coming to the end for Brian Zamet. Just wasn't able to carry on where he left off last time around. And that was the first of 2 excellent stumpings for Christopher Watkins. And there was a bit of a flourish towards the end. However, that was the best of the lot. Quick thinking, he knew that foot had gone, and look, he knew it straight away. We went upstairs, but he knew that he got his man. And Razvani ended up going for 12 off the left. And brought Luke Collado and Kabir Midpuri to the middle. They had a bit of fun towards the end, getting a few flourish of runs towards the end. And they finished on 91 for 4, did the Sloggers, setting 92 for victory for Rugby CC here in the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. Match number 2. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in less than 10 minutes as we'll see the response of Rugby CC. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 Gibraltar with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network.
We'll be right back.
Good evening and welcome back to the Europa Point Stadium here in Gibraltar, as we are set for an exciting conclusion here to the end of match number 2. As we see, Rugby CC have been set 92 for victory here in match number 2. Change at the top of the order, interesting move, no Ian Latin. Possibly just because, you know, it's early on in the season, haven't really had much cricket over the last couple of months, so possibly a little bit tight. We're going to see him possibly come in later on. But we're also going to see a change in the bowling for Sloggers. Emerson Rovegno. He's going to open for the Sloggers. This is hit and hit well. But an excellent bit of work from Midpuri, keeps it to just a single. Good start though. Finds the middle of the bat straight away, does. There's the batsman. Good start for Matthews. And it is Nikhil Advani who will be taking the next ball. Just fends this away. This will be a change at the top then, of course. And Samath Bodat, he's padded up as well. Ian Latin as well. Watkins have got his pads on as well. This will be a wide. Good take though from Stagno. A very good evening to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on the YouTube European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in the subcontinent in India. That's a wide delivery there. This is another wide ball. Just struggling a little bit. Here is Rovegno. This one gets a bit of turn as well, and it's being called a no ball though. Not too sure as to why, but it's a no ball nonetheless, so it will be a free hit. And I think it was. I think the reason was, could be here. There you go, the stumps there, the keeper, just in front of the stump. So umpire Sunil is on it. It certainly was confirmation there in my ear that it was. So free hit then for Matthews. Free hit then for Matthews. Excellent comeback from Rovegno. Gets this one completely right. Excellent comeback. This one round the corner. That'll be one bounce for. Lovely shot from Matthews. Just waits on it and turns it round the corner. You can see there a bit of lateral movement. Not enough though. That's over the head. One bounce for. Lovely shot from John Matthews. Excellent shot there. That'll do his confidence a load of good. Stagno still not quite happy with that no ball call, but it's gone. Outside edge. And that'll be stopped by Gary Turner-Bone. And he'll come through for a single, brings Advani on strike for the last delivery then of this first over. And this time, just chipped over the bowler's head. And, well, Matthews wants the second. Won't get it though. Advani will keep the strike, and it will be 12 for none after the first over for Rugby CC. So a change in tactics for Rugby CC here. Changing the lineup, which I don't mind, although quite early on in the tournament, they obviously have the confidence about themselves to be able to go ahead and change that batting lineup and still feel as if they're going to do enough or have enough to chase down this target of 92. the bowler here for Sloggers. Looks as if it's going to be Dasvani. Starts well. Beats Advani, all end up. Does Dasvani. Good start. Sloggers just feel like as if they can believe a bit here. Just know that a couple of wickets get the crucial batsmen in and out. They'll feel as if they can defend this total. This one does everything. This goes right from out to in. They'll come through for a single. Good work in the end by the fielder at square leg. Dasvani, excellent start from him. Struggled a little bit with the bat, of course. Caught out by that excellent stumping from Watkins. This one into the leg, into that thigh pad of Matthews, and Dasvani is giving Zachary Simpson a run for his money. He's running around everywhere. He's not stopped. Just as I say that, he's stopped. This time, opportunity, and taken as and this time he gets the wicket, and you see here, shorter delivery, gets a bit lucky. There's arguments for that one. It's not given as he slaps that one. Well, that one, there was questions from the square leg, wasn't given. But he has to make the long walk back. The first wicket goes, Rugby 13 for 1. So that one, just that short, that's the short delivery for the over. That's the one for the over. It was a good start from Matthews. He was sent in with the idea of pretty much see ball, hit ball, and there's no other way of going about it. That's exactly what he's done there. See there, just the one for the over. So the new man in then is Samath Bodda, the young Gibraltar national. Comes in, he's coming off the back of a almost match-saving innings, really. Although it was second fiddle to Ian Latin. He finished 26 off 18, did Samath Bodda, and of course was there to do the dirty work whilst Ian Latin was having a bit of fun. Oh, that one will be a no ball. That will. Well, it's also sent Joseph Neal around the corner. The chase is on. He'll get there, and they'll get 2 for the troubles as well. That will be a no ball though. Well above the waist. That one's got. There's no arguing about that one. So Dasvani probably get a bit of a warning there as well. No ball signalled, free hit. Samath Bodda, well, there's no better way of getting yourself in. And this time, doesn't quite get any of this one. They'll take the catch. Collado thought he was out. He forgot that it was a no ball, so that will be just a single. Takes a step forward. This time, turns this round the corner. And Joseph Neal does well. Cuts it off, much to the applause of his teammates. And it brings us to the end of the second. Rugby CC 18 for 1. So 2 overs gone then, and at this stage, of course, the games are pretty level at this point. Obviously, that's what the story is so far. Rugby CC with the victory earlier this evening, getting 2 points already to their total. Sloggers will be hoping that they can go ahead and try and get some points on the board in the first night of play here in Gibraltar. So 18 for 2, 18 for 1 after 2 for Rugby CC, whereas Sloggers at this moment in time in the last innings were 16 for none, so pretty level playing field at the moment. However, they've still got Ian Latin to come in, and you just feel that whilst he stays in the shed, there's always an opportunity and a chance for Rugby CC here. Just a change in field as we're going to have a changing bowler as well. Kabir Mirpuri comes into the attack. Driven nicely by Advani. These two have played many games for Gibraltar. I know, and I have a clear understanding of what's expected from each other out in the middle. Shout from the dugout is keep your shape, Sam. So obviously Samad Bodha has gone in there with an idea of what he wants to do. Hits his leg side, but excellent hand from the diving Dasvani to his left. Keeps it to just a single, almost would have been a certain boundary. Excellent work here. Superb stop, palms it round the corner. Brings Advani back on strike then. 5 off 7, needs to get a move on. This will be another boundary. Not too sure what this has clipped. It's been given as runs, so he's got a bit of a tickle on this one as Advani, and it races away towards the boundary. Take another look. Just get something on this. And runs away, and it's another boundary. So, Mirpuri under a bit of pressure early on here. It's gone for 6 so far. Hit well, down the ground. Should and will just be one. Once again, similar starts for both teams in both matches. They just seem to be equal to each other at the moment in everything they do. Rugby just able to get the upper hand. This time, this will be another boundary. Lovely shot from Samad Bodha. Beautiful shot. Quicker one from Mirpuri, and it's just goes into his favour for Bodha. And he rocks back and dispatches that, and that's another boundary. 4 more. Final delivery of the power play. And it will be a dot ball. Good comeback from Mirpuri. Goes for 11 off that over. End of the power play. Rugby CC 30 for 1 after 3. Chris in the chat says, "Aren't you guys about a week early?" We certainly are. If you're going off the old schedule. Of course, we were originally planning on going to Barcelona at the start of this season. However, things aren't out of our control. Has meant that we had to change the schedule a little bit. So we are in Gibraltar for a number of weeks. Then we're also off to Malta, and I believe after that will be Khartoum. This will be a dead ball. Early start. It will be a new bowler though, as Christian Navas is going to take us into the 4th. See there, it's all right. Got my loosener out of the way. Varney, 10 off 9. Just this one back to the bowler. See, they're at this stage. Sloggers are 24 for 1, so 5 runs in it. Slightly ahead at the moment, our rugby. And even though they're ahead, they've also got Ian Latin still yet to come. So plenty of time. This is hit well. Straight to the fielder at long off. That is Brian Zammit, who is clearly very frustrated with how he went about things with the bat. Just wasn't able to come off like it did in that first game, and that's just why cricket's such a frustrating sport sometimes. It's because you feel as if you're on top of the world and you can't do anything wrong, and then you come out, what was it, 40 minutes, 30 minutes later, you couldn't get it off the middle. That will be a no ball as well, and he's cashed in. 4 more to the total, and Sloggers really letting themselves down here. That one just slipping, gets it completely wrong. Bodha pounces on this one, and it's another boundary with a free hit to come. So Samath Bola yet again in the runs. He moves on to 12 now. He's got a free hit to face. And you just have the feeling that anyone on that leg side is going to be in play, as he'll probably look to counter, make the most of this free hit. And well, he probably should have left it, because he would have got another one. But he clossed this one down the ground. Collected by Charles Harrison. You can see that neck and neck. 35 for 1 at this point were Sloggers, 36 for 1 are Rugby. And that's going to be another no ball. So that'll be his second, as Varney does well to evade that one. So final warning, of course, then. One more and then he will have to stop. Manages to get this one on the floor. That will be pushed into that leg side. Varney will do the job and does so very well. Potential buzzers, but doesn't come to any, and it will be a single. So yeah, of course, European or ECN rule, should I say, rather than 1 and you're gone. 3, just to justify just the difference. And of course, the pro game. This will be a wide. Things going from bad to worse for Navas. Just can't get his rhythm. Just struggling at the moment. Clearly a footballer with those skills. Little back heel. See if he can translate that into bowling here. Not with that one. That's going to be another wide. Gets this one in the area. That's hit down the ground and hit firmly by Samath Bola. And this time, Zamet is able to cut this off. He's trying to, or should I say, not trying to recreate what he did last time, that he was trying to protect a boundary. So Nicola Advani, all that shadow batting he's ever done, all comes down to this. This is nurdled into that leg side. They'll be hoping for a second. They won't get it. Advani being a little bit selfish here. Keeps the strike. And at the end of 4th, Rugby 42 for 1. Sloggers still in this game. No way are they out of it. 50 off of 36 is required. And only time will tell. But there's that big name that's still yet to come. Ian Latin coming in at number 4 potentially. Could not be coming in at number 4. It could be someone else. You just don't know. However, WCC 42 for 1 after 4 then. Boda is still in. That's a crucial wicket for Rugby alongside Advani. Advani's just going about his business. 13 off 14 now. You can see him. He's having a conversation with the wicket keeper. No surprise. He loves a conversation, loves a chat. I'm going to have to inquire about one of these beanies, I think. I reckon I might be making a purchase at some point. If they've got a club shop, you never know. Change bowling. Looks as if it's going to be Luke Collado coming in for the 5th over. And this is left and rightly so from Advani. Signalled wide by the umpire. Push back, straight back to the bowler. Again, tidy stuff from Collado. Back on the money. Virtually straight away. .49 off 35. And this one will be another wide, just dragging it down. Varney saying maybe I should have played a different shot, but it was too wide to reach. And again, just is another wide. And extras have been bane in their life for the Sloggers. It's this one right up in the air. Could be an opportunity. It won't be. Doesn't get enough on it. Lucky for Advani. Bit of a 9-iron pitching wedge more than anything. Chris saying it's good to see us back a little bit early. It was good to be back. Back on the air. Broadcasting cricket from Europe. It does exist. If you don't know that by now, then get to know. This is going to be another wide, though. And again, extras. They're racking up now for Sloggers. It's the 12th extra that they've conceded now. And a couple of no balls that have led to boundaries as well. That certainly doesn't help. Bodder on strike. Leg side again. Hasn't quite middled it. Desvani will come round and collect once more. And it is just another single to the total. Yeah, he's gone for 5. Struggled with his line and length. This one gets on him straight away. Will just be 1. Samath Bodder will be back on strike. 15 off 9. You just have to feel that with Rugby CC, they need to realise that they've got a very destructive batsman waiting in the wings to come in to the frame of things. Again, good delivery. Best one of the lot so far from Collado, that one. Right on the money. Rugby CC just need to take, they're trying to take this deep, it seems. That run rate just above 8 at the moment. Final delivery then of the 5th. And this will be just the 1, collected well by Joseph Neal. And it will be a single, which brings up the 50. And at the halfway stage, 5 overs gone. Rugby CC are 50 for 1 here on this lovely evening here in Gibraltar. A little bit nippy, but you can't complain. And it's been an excellent way to bring back cricket here on your screens. It's been a privilege to bring you back the coverage as well. And many more to come, of course. 2022 was a big year for us on the ECN. Nearly 1,200 games streamed and broadcasted. So looking forward to hopefully a bigger and better year for 2023. We can't wait to bring you the coverage. Plenty of countries to visit as well, and plenty of cricket to watch nonetheless. So we will continue to do so. And do get involved, whether it be on our social medias or on YouTube or on FanCode in India. Continuing here into the 6th. Excellent work from Joseph Neal as Turner Bone comes into the attack. Gets a fit on this one, prevents a boundary. People asking when Vinny's going to be back. Vinny will be back at some point soon. Of course, we're off to Malta at some point, so Vinny's just trying to pencil in when he can get back from visiting. He's been throughout the off-season. Enjoyed his break, I'm sure. Just a single down the ground. But everyone's been very keen to get back to bringing you the coverage. Excellent delivery. That one does everything. Advani getting stuck. Stagno's just waiting for a bit of movement, see if he can pounce on a lucky stumping. But a good delivery from Gary Turner-Bone. You can see there he was chuffed with that one with a bit of a smile for the cameras. Too early on this one. Almost hitting the... He's gone. He's gone, and that is excellent. I was concerned that it almost hit the helmet, but Stagno knew that he was pretty safe, and he turned around and he could hear the fact that they were coming through for a single. You see here, he misses it there. It just misses the helmet. Advani's calling him through. Bodder didn't seem as if he was too bothered. And then he gets the throw, and excellent work. No, he was no way near, was he? They're just waiting on something. There just seems as if they want to check something. And it's just a wait, and he's given his orders. He has to go. Samath Bodder run out on 17. And it could be a big turning point in the game. Rugby CC 52 for 2 here in the 6th. You can see there, Stagno, he was just playing a bit of the game, wasn't he? And it's a brilliant reaction from Gary Turner-Bone. He wanted that one, didn't he? Samath Bodder had to go. Excellent work from Stagno, though, to remain calm and realise that he's still got an opportunity, and he pounced on it. But in doing so, he's brought in a very dangerous Ian Lattin. You can see there the smile on Stagno's face. He's happy with that. But Ian Lattin comes in now, and you just feel, give him a ball or two, and then it could be time to go. So Ian Latin then coming in at number 4, coming off the back of a very well-made 19 odd out off of 40 deliveries with 11 sixes. So I'm pretty sure we all know what his intent will be. And he starts down the ground, hasn't quite got all of this. And it's been put down. That is a big moment in this game. Just looked as if he lost it. Well, there's another big moment here, and Varney's scrambling. It's all happening here in Gibraltar. A drop catch. Ian Latin dropped on Nor. You can see, just looks as if he couldn't get comfortable. He seems like he goes and then loses it. He realised he's left himself short. It was a great attempt, though, from Mipudi. And then you can see there, Varney was looking for a second. Ian Latin was just saying, I'm not getting involved in another run. I've already had one today. And he survives. Back to live action then. Just turned round the corner for just a single. Varney living life dangerously here in the 6th over. Incredible over with the wicket falling, drop catches, potential run-outs. It's all happening here in Gibraltar. 54 for 2 after 6. Good over from Turner Bone, only going for 4. Picking up, of course, that crazy wicket in there as well. Ian Latin, well, he did give a few chances in that first game, which he eventually went on to make 90. And he's also just given them one there, so be waiting to see how crucial that could be. Zammit into the attack. And he gets the wicket straight away. A little bit lucky, but Zammit gets the wicket, and there's also a bit of a send-off as well. And there we go. Hey, look at that. Might be a bit of promotion there, possibly. And he gets the wicket, comes in first delivery as Nikhil Advani. He chops on. And it's another wicket, and this game could slowly be turning on its head. Rugby CC now 54 for 3. Just gets a bit unlucky, does Advani. He chops on. You can see there, he's obviously a proud man. So much so that everyone else gets involved. Excellent celebration, has to be said. We like those. And another wicket goes. And these two, they were the openers. However, they were the openers in the first game. However, they didn't spend too much time together because there was a very, very dodgy run out, which wasn't quite on the cards for both of them. However, it wasn't too crucial. However, in this instance, there's no doubt that this could be a rather crucial wicket and partnership for both teams. Watkins in then. Just drops and turns this round the corner and gets off the mark straight away. So Zammit getting his wicket first up and gets turned around for a single. Latin just fends us into the offside. Will just be another one. Can't keep that man out of it at the moment. It's the fielder, Turner Bone. Lot of chat by sloggers in the middle at the moment. So much so that they're just talking a little bit at the wrong time. You just see people are getting a little bit angsty in the rugby dugout. A couple of set batsmen have been and gone. It's just pushed offside, pushed so well. It gets through the fielder at cover. Collada will do the hard work and collect it. And it will just be another single. Latin on strike, 2 off 2, given off a chance already. A wild swing, and he's gone! And that is a big moment in this game, and it's Zammit once again. And this time it's a bit more reserved, but I think they know that that is a huge wicket in the context of this game. Well, Zammit was on the end of some harsh luck, considering he just couldn't get it off the square second time around. And well, that is the game of cricket, because Ian Latin, off the back of a very well-made 90 not out, has gone for just 2 in the game just after. And well, wild swing, little outside feather, and it's a wicket that has to go. The big wicket of Ian Latin, he goes for just 2. Rugby CC struggling, 57 for 4. And that's just turned this game on its head completely, as Ian Latin makes that long, dreaded walk back to the dugout. Not happy with himself. He knows it was a wild swing. It was a swipe more than anything. And again, a man of his caliber knows what he's capable of. It's a big wicket. Patrick Bateman, he reckons that that could be the game. Well, Warner's in now alongside Watkins. And that's going to be an end to an outstanding over from Zammit, with just 3 runs conceded, but also picking up 2 wickets. But most importantly, the big wicket of Ian Latin. And at the end of 7, Rugby CC hanging on by a thread, 57 for 4. So, potential questions to be asked of the tactics of changing a winning formula. We'll have to wait and see where that's going to end up. 3 overs left then, and you can see Rugby CC are now falling behind the rate. At this rate, Sloggers were 64 for 2. Rugby CC, less runs, more wickets on the board. That never, ever means that you're doing as well as you should do. A lot of people getting their thoughts in. If you are watching on YouTube, go ahead first of all and subscribe to the YouTube channel. And hit the like on the live stream as well. It always helps us to let us know we're doing something right. Get involved in the live chat. Luke Callado is going to continue here then. And this is swept nicely from Watkins. And Mudpudi once again is equal to it. We'll be glad that that drop didn't cost him too much, as he was potentially thinking, oh dear, what have I done? You never know. Bit of discretion in the field just to work out who should be where. Hit. Oh, they meet in the middle. And they luckily get back just in time, but Warner not filling himself with much confidence. He just fends this out. They meet in the middle and they turn back. Gets back just in time. Tidy over thus far though. And again, down the ground. Hasn't quite got all of it. Charles Harrison will collect it for yet again another single. This game has turned on its head in the matter of overs. Well, Watkins on the advancing, trying to take the attack to the bowler, trying to manipulate something out of nothing. Misses out slightly. It's the quicker one. It's up and over, and that's going to race away. It'll spin away as well. The chase is on. I tell you what, Christian Navas, he's definitely a footballer, because that was some serious skill. Look at this. Get him in the Spanish side, because that's a serious little chop there. Keep it back in play. Excellent work. And again, it's just another 2. You can just see that Sloggers now feel that this is where they've got to really pounce, and this is where winners make games. On the ground, Harrison will do the work once more. It's interesting, as that brings us to the end of the 8, 62 for 4. 30 runs needed off the last 2 overs then. That's where we are in the context of this game, but interestingly enough, to see that Sloggers going for the snood look around the team. There's a couple of them wearing them, and then Rugby CC going for the beanie. It's an interesting conversation to have, which I reckon we'll have a couple of those conversations throughout this tournament. Of course, we're here for a while, then we're off to Malta as well. And I believe that's Carter afterwards. Brian Zammit then, 2 for 3 off his first over. It's the complete polar opposite to his first game. He was really, really good with the bat in hand and just struggled with ball in hand this time. He's been the pick of the bowlers for the Sloggers. 30 off the last 2 overs then. Anything less than 10 and you feel that Sloggers are going to be pretty happy and they'll feel that they can defend 20. These two got to pull something here, haven't they? They've got to make something out of nothing. Just see Watkins, he's just possibly might be in his own head a little bit. I think he feels the weight on it, the weight of the world on his shoulders. That will help. That'll be a wide. It's well left. Zammit just checking to see maybe if he got away with it. Certainly didn't. Umpires have been outstanding today. Of course, it's always picked out that one of the more prominent improvements in European cricket has been the umpiring over the last couple of years since the games started to be broadcasted. And that's another wide. Hit well down the ground. Should just be one, will be. Watkins not looking to push it for more than just a single. Warner hits this round the corner, but that's really good work from Neil. Keeps it to yet again just a single. And this is just flowing more and more towards the Sloggers CC. Full toss. Again, doesn't able to find that the middle of the bat. And it's another single, which is making life a lot harder for Rugby CC now. And well, this will certainly change things up in the table if Sloggers go ahead and take a victory here in match number 2. Outside edge. And misses out. It's eventually Navas, Christian Navas, collects it. Let's see if we can get him a few keepy ups at some point. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? 68 for 4 on the board, 2 deliveries left then. They need a boundary. Possibly need more than just one, but they need at least a boundary to try and stay alive here. That's an excellent delivery from Zammit. Perfect execution of the Yorker delivery. So 24 off of just 7 now. Run rate up at 20 and over. Last ball then of the 9th, and that's an excellent delivery. Stagno lets them get away with 1. They might not mind that because it means Warner will return to face the start of the final over. Rugby CC 70 for 4 after 9. They require 22 for victory off the last. And no matter what happens in this over, it's been a thrilling first day back for the start of the 2023 season. We've seen some excellent hitting. We've seen a score in the 60s, a score of 90 not out as well. And then those 2 batsmen went on to not even really be able to hit it off the square. Which just goes to show why the game of cricket is the game we love. And it's a pleasure to call these games for this first week of this FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Gibraltar. And well, this is an interesting move. It's going to be Kavin Mapuri who's going to come and bowl this last over. Went for 11 off of his first over. If he can defend that, he'd be thinking me pretty happy. 22 required off the last then. Hit well into the leg side. Should just be a single. Dasvani will keep it to just one. It brings Watkins on strike. He's got to find a boundary from somewhere. He's yet to hit a boundary. He's gone 9 off 9 with no boundaries yet. An edge or something. They just want something to keep them in this game. Toe of the bat into the leg side. And it will be one. And I think that one run just puts them in the game, really, in the driver's seat. They have been for the last couple of overs of Sloggers. Advancing it again, not quite middled it. Harrelson should do the work and will, and it will be another one.
Brilliant, brilliant, come.
And, well, unless there's a wide, that is all she wrote. Three legal deliveries then for Sloggers. There's one of them. It's a lovely shot, leg side. Should just be yet again another one. This time it's Zammit doing the work. And that all but confirms Watkins looks as if he's struggling on his... Just seems, I think, just probably an element of frustration as well. And Rugby CC looked as if they were well in this game. But wickets at the wrong time. This one will be interesting. I'm not too sure as to whether or not that was taken cleanly. We'll have to see here. It's not taken there. And we're going to have to take a look at this one again, because we're not sure as to whether or not that ball is in his hands when he takes the bails off eventually. So it's not this one we're worried about. It's the next one. See, this angle, that to me doesn't look as if it's under control. We'll be waiting to find out here. But there's a... So it's this bit here. So sounds as if he might be on his way here. We're just going to take one more look here. And I think the conclusion I'm being told is that even though it wasn't in the gloves, the ball does hit the ball first, so it is out. So it's an unfortunate way to go for Matthew Warner, but he had to go trying, and that does really seal the defeat for Rugby CC. It's an eventual stumping, but Matthew Warner goes 91 on the board. Still 92 is the target. They looks like they're going to fall short. 74 for 5 now, with a single delivery left. Delivery left then here for this game. Here we go then. On strike is the new batsman. And we will finish with a dot ball, as Matthew Alexander wasn't able to get anything on that. And Sloggers will take victory here in match number 2. They are your winners by 17 runs against Rugby CC, who will be a little bit frustrated as they were right up with the rate, and it seemed as if it should have been a pretty comfortable victory, but wickets at the right times for Sloggers meant that they are your eventual winners of match number 2 here in Gibraltar. And well, there's the opening bowler. He was under a bit of pressure early on, was Emerson Ravigno, but he only went for 12 off of his single over. But again, Sloggers, they'll be happy. They'll be really content with the way they were able to drag themselves back in. So as we take a look at the highlights of this game, there was an interesting way of getting out. That one slapped. But that was a good catch by the opening bowler, Emerson Rovegno. That was a good catch. And then this one was a no ball. Good Collada, forgot about that one. And eventually he remembered. And then Nicola Udvani got a couple of runs to his name, but again, just struggling to get going. 18 off 23, a strike rate of less than 100 is not ideal in this format of the game. Samas Bodo, once again, is looking pretty comfortable at number 3, it has to be said. Yeah, he looks pretty comfortable, doesn't he? 17 off 11 once more. And just seems to be that That's the partnership, isn't it? It's Samath Botha and Ian Latin. But that was a big turning point, really, as there was an eventual run out due to some miscommunication. But this, which is what we thought was going to be a big change in the game. Ian Latin dropped on naught. However, it would only go on to cost them 2 runs in the end, as eventually he was caught behind, as we'll see here. Goes for the wild swipe. It wasn't this one. He was eventually caught behind. And again, you can see how frustrating they were. Well, they were at that point. This was a close one here, but he gets back eventually, does Nikhil Advani. It was unfortunate for Advani. He had to go. He was chopped on. Again, just wasn't able to get going. And it just meant that he had to go to a bit of a send-off. One of the best celebrations I think we'll see in a while from that man. I think we might have to go and find out what that food's like at some point. But this was the big one, wasn't it? Ian Latin with a wild swipe, and wasn't able to quite cash in. But then towards the end, it was a bit of a losing battle for Rugby CC. They just weren't able to keep up with how they wanted to go about things. They just weren't able to keep up with the rate. But that does mean that Rugby CC have lost the second game. Sloggers are your winners by 17 runs in the end. It's been an excellent day here in Gibraltar, and what a night it's been. Even though it has been a little bit chilly at times, it's been great to have cricket back on your screens. It's been a privilege to bring you back the coverage. And again, I think today's just shown us what's a little taste of what's to come, because the likes of these two teams have been able to go head to head, and they've both won one and lost one. So, you know, that really changes things up for the next couple of weeks. And I think we're only going to see more with the other two teams later on in this week. It's been an absolute privilege, and a huge thank you to all the crew that's been able to make this possible. The blue crew here at the moment, with the likes of Mila, with Stefan Gooch as well, with Shub, with Manav and Samir as well. And then also Alistair as well. He's been doing a good job of he's been doing a very good job of getting some stuff ready here at the ground, alongside Rich Cunningham as well, the local organising committee. Huge thank you as well to the people that make this possible, the crew at Spring Productions. They've been outstanding here today as well. Andres alongside Romans and Richard, they've been incredible for bringing you all the coverage. They're the ones that are able to make this happen. Also a huge thank you to the umpires as well, being led by Stefan Gooch, as previously mentioned. It's been an absolute privilege to bring you the coverage here this afternoon and evening. Do remember, we'll be back again tomorrow, same time, as we see more matches here from Gibraltar. Until then, my name's been Charlie Hunt. You've been watching the FanCode European Cricket T10, and we'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.